instructions.
Okay, so I will begin. Hello, this is the meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, June 15th, 2021. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of collective bargaining, if doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session at 5 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And Miriam. Aye. And the chair votes aye. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Sorry for it being past the hour. So with that, good evening. This is the regular Select Board meeting for Tuesday, June 15th, 2021. Thank you to Brookline Interactive Group, BIG, for the quick pivot. They did a great job this past year. For the quick pivot to streaming, recording, and this in-person meeting after 15 months of remote meetings. Community leaders from the Brookline POC Committee, BBYBM, Brookline Black, Yellow, Brown Men, and BDC, Brookline Diversity Club, have partnered with the Brookline Community Foundation and the town to hold the annual Juneteenth celebration. Residents are invited to the Florida Ruffin Ridley School at 345 Harvard Street on Saturday, June 19th, for a Freedom March that will step off at 10 a.m. The march will proceed to Brookline Ave and end at Brookline Ave Park about 11 a.m. The celebration will include music, dancing, and children's games. Food will be available until 8 p.m. Please join us. And with that, let's do announcements and updates. Please try to keep yourselves limited to 90 seconds per topic. Bernard first,
Okay.
and then Miriam.
I was actually getting ready to make that same announcement. Let me just add a couple things. We should thank and be appreciative of all the assistance provided by our town staff and departments, starting with Caitlin Starr, Deputy Director of the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, Lieutenant Pastor and Casey Hatchett, Police Department, and Officer David Pilgrim, who helped with a lot of the logistics of this event. And Aaron Galantine, of course, of the Department of Public Works, and many individual staff members who are assisting with the setup and takedown of this event. And I want to mention also that many town departments and boards will have tables at the event at the park, including the Martin Luther King Celebration Committee, and I'll be at that table, and other boards and commissions of the town. So it's going to be an exciting and very informative day. Starting in the morning and going into the afternoon. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Miriam?
Thank you very much, Chair Hamilton. I just want to let everybody know I had a really fabulous meeting with Feng Yang and Ben Vivante of IT, and we're undertaking a revamping of the Brookline Town website. Yay! And yes, thank you. And they have a really robust public engagement process already outlined. So you'll be hearing from me. There's going to be a survey. There's going to be visiting committees. There's going to be an open process to try to get as much input from the public as possible as we do the revamp. So just keep that in mind. It's happening, and I really think they have great, fabulous ideas.
Excellent. Anyone on this side?
Sure. I'll just briefly say, welcome back to the Select Board hearing room, everybody. This is great, and as I saw some chatter about this online. For those that have been following at our meetings, this board, has expressed this commitment to make sort of a hybrid option work so that members of the public, can certainly participate, and we'll continue to push for that. Make sure your legislators know that that's something that you want, and for folks that have little ones, you're always welcome here. But as someone who has a little one myself now, I know how having that access from home to be able to tune into meetings, but also to participate in meetings is so important. So hopefully, we'll as a board continue to push for that.
Excellent. Any other remaining announcements, John?
Real quick. Yeah, this is kind of an emotional moment, I have to say. I made note of this earlier in the week. I actually haven't met with these guys yet. I've been in office for a year, and this is the first time that we've been in the same room together. And as I arrived, Miriam was arriving, and we were comparing notes on where we parked, and I got to discover what it's like to eat pizza, in the executive session. It's been fun so far, but this is fun. Seeing everybody here is great. I'm used to sort of seeing this board from your perspective, not from my perspective. Feels a little funny being up here, but I'm grateful, and we're lucky to sort of be done with COVID, at least, insofar as we can have meetings like this. I second what Raul said about we're going to do what we can to make hybrid work, and that means you'll have the best of this, but you'll also have the best of remote virtual participation. Real quick, I also want to take note of two people who helped get Brookline through COVID. And I feel like we need to plan some kind of a recognition day for Linda Goldberg and Jeff Nutting, who just did fantastic work during a year when Pat Ward was unfortunately not available as our town clerk, during a year when everything had to be done differently. And they just came through. And it's partly because they did their job so well that Brookline was able to come through. So if they're listening tonight, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Linda. Maybe someday we can have cake. I like any excuse to have cake. I'm for. So, and thank you for giving me the time to just say that.
I'm on board with cake, always.
Yeah.
In a newly established tradition, the vice chair will be handling public comment.
Great. Thank you, and thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this public comment portion. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share before we begin. Because of our extensive agenda tonight and the long line of speakers who signed up for public comment, each person tonight is limited to 2 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you certainly may if you like. Please refrain from any personal attacks or addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with town staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, if you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. It looks like first on our list is Susan Howards. Go ahead.
Feel free to use the podium up there.
Absolutely. I'll also note, I'll be calling off the names. Usually Devin was doing this in the past, so I haven't had a chance to say this. I'll make every endeavor to pronounce your name as you pronounce it. If I get it wrong in any way, shape, or form, please make sure you correct us and just introduce yourself when you get to the mic. Susan, please.
First of all, I want to thank you for listening to me. I'm here as a resident, not as an attorney, not as chair of the Sims Committee, not as a member of the Surveillance Committee. And I'd like to ask your indulgence, can I give part of my time to somebody else if I only use, okay, I'm just going to use 30 seconds. I'm here to implore you to sign the contract with URC. It's so important for the safety and the security of the townspeople and the community. Mainly as a religious person who lives in the midst of 6 synagogues, I'm very concerned that if we do not have the funds from URC, our churches and synagogues will not be safe, and that will interfere with our right to practice freedom of religion. So please do your homework. Don't make a quick decision. And I'd like to give the rest of my time to Sal D'Agostino, if that's possible.
Thank you.
Can I just ask that you make sure, future speakers, to please speak into the microphone? Sorry, just so I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank
Did you
you.
hear me?
I could see you, which was good enough. I live
Thank you.
read, so.
Okay. Oh, would like to take Sal right now? There you go. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening, I guess, or good late afternoon. So my name is Sal D'Agostino, 1264 Beacon Street, number 5. So also a member of the town surveillance committee. As part of that, we've taken a very close look at the surveillance system and cameras that the town of Brookline operates. I know there's some questions about that coming up related to UOC funding later in the meeting today. I don't know that I want to extemporaneously go on with you about the state of the surveillance cameras in the town of Brookline. As part of our work, we actually have done an inventory, and I'd be glad to share those findings with you. The Sims cameras that you are about to look at or discuss this evening are a very small fraction of the surveillance cameras in the town of Brookline, and perhaps maybe addressing overall what the state of surveillance is in Brookline as opposed to piecemeal about things. That would be one thought. When it comes to the UOC funding, it's actually all being used for some things that we've uncovered as vulnerabilities in the town as part of the work that we're doing. So I strongly encourage you to actually use that or find the money to do it somewhere else. And I could, if you wanted to, go into executive session, I could reveal the vulnerabilities that we've seen across the town, if you'd like to go into those details and why these funds are needed. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you. Next on our list is Rita McNally.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
You all look so good. I hated Zoom. Hated it. Hi, Maria, and welcome to the Board of Selectmen. I'm going to speak about the SROs and the walk and talk and why I support them and the police in the area, those kinds of police. I've been a teacher for 25 years. I became a lawyer. I'm a proud member of CERT, a town meeting person, and I believe in community. And for years and years and years, those of us in my age level, which is old lady level, we've worked to build community in this town, break down the religious kinds of barriers that were here when I first came here in the late 50s. And I know that there must be some errors that are going on, and I watched the program of reform and also yours, Raul, of reimagining. And I think if you could reimagine the things that are wrong, that the people complain about or fear, or the students that are involved in the SROs and the walk and talk, make it better. They need to have that kind of relationship to an organization that I see is mostly helpful in this community. I'm not speaking about the United States or the world, just our community. And I'm hoping you'll look at that, and I hate to keep using your word, Raul, reimagine it well, but don't throw it all out. We've worked hard to bring that so that the kids have some kind of aspect of their own type and their own power, and it can come through that group. Plus, I live in the area of one walk and talk area on St. Paul Street. It makes me feel safe when I walk now at night and on weekends, knowing that there's some group out there that pays attention to what's happening, going on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Don't go back to that Zoom stuff.
Thank you, Rita. Marissa Vogt.
Maybe read the next thing too.
Okay, oh, I think, yes, good idea. So Marissa, when you're ready, and on deck is Ariella Hellman, so you'll be up next.
Two people in another room want to speak. So once you look into this, we'll figure out how to call.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Vogt, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 4. This is Victoria, and and right here is Tommy. And we just wanted to well, first of all, it's nice to get to see many of you in person for the first time. I'm sure I'm not the only person who's both happy and sad to be here in person. I just wanted to speak a little bit about the importance. Well, I say I'm sad because I wanted to speak about the importance to me of having a remote option for meeting participation. It means that that I'm able to attend meetings without disrupting you folks with these muffins. I started getting involved in the town last year, and it was just sort of fortuitous timing that everything went remote, which really enabled my own participation. Although it's sort of an inconvenience for me to come, there are many people in the community who cannot come to meetings, physical meetings, because of their circumstances. And I just wanted to kind of express my gentle frustration that there wasn't a remote option here tonight. And I know that the timing was a little bit rough. That we had town meeting and we weren't quite sure whether the open meeting law, whether the emergency, whether things would get extended. But I'm still just gently frustrated that there wasn't a remote option tonight, and I hope that the town will really make it a priority. And it's a question of town staff or resources that will make it a priority to have a remote option next week so that you don't have to see these kids next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Marissa.
Next up is Ariana Hellman.
Thank you so much. My name is Ariella Hellman, and I am the Director of Government Affairs for Agudath Israel of New England. And I'm here tonight representing several Orthodox Jewish congregations and Jewish day schools, including Young Israel of Brookline, Congregation Beth Pinchas, the Chabad Center of Brookline, the Chai Center of Brookline, Maimonides School, Torah Academy, and New England Hebrew Academy. And on behalf of all these organizations, I just want to say a big thank you to the Select Board and all of our leaders in town government for making Brookline the amazing town that it is to live in, and for making this such an incredible community to be a part of. We really are truly grateful. I want to talk to you briefly this evening regarding Brookline's participation in the Urban Area Security Initiative, the UASI program. As we've heard from others this evening, Brookline is one of 9 towns that participates in this program. And it's Brookline's designation under this program as a metro area that enables nonprofits in the town, including synagogues, including day schools, or other community nonprofits, to apply for Homeland Security grants to secure our institutions. Now, these grants provide support for target hardening and for physical security infrastructure. And our community, the larger Jewish community in Brookline, has accessed over $1 million in grant funds under this program since 2005. So this really has been instrumental and crucial to our community in keeping our members safe so that people can go to services with peace of mind and can send their children to school without fearing for their physical safety. So I really would just encourage you to think about the implications for the Jewish community of continuing to be part of the UASI program. I also just want to briefly mention that anti-Semitism is growing across the country and within our community, unfortunately, also as well. There have been a few incidents of anti-Semitic speech in our wonderful, incredible town of Brookline. I'm very hopeful that these are isolated incidents that won't occur again. But I want you to know that there are some members of our community who right now don't feel entirely safe going to synagogue and sending their kids to school, and our ability to receive grants under this program really is what enables us to continue to provide that sense of safety for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so next on our list will be Clint Richmond, and then I'm going to go to Natalia Linos.
Thank you very much. Come up here.
And Amy Hummel.
And Amy Hummel. Clint Richmond, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6, and with Amy Hummel, Precinct 12, speaking on Agenda Item 8, the UASI Agreement. On July 27, 2008, a 58-year-old man opened fire on a Unitarian church in Knoxville, Tennessee, because he wanted to kill Democrats and liberals. 2 died, 6 injured. I serve on the building committee of the Unitarian Church on Walnut Street. Our church did not harden up, nor do I think did any of our congregations. Some institutions do need protection from domestic and foreign terrorists, but UASI is not the only way or the best way to get it. Just ask the city of Newton. UASI has benefits that come at a high cost of civil liberties, sovereignty, and even staff time. Any militarized services belong to the state police, the Department of Homeland Security, or the FBI, not our local police department. I am asking you to preserve our local police in a way that reflects our values and needs and builds trust. We do not need to militarize or deputize our police and participate in the DHS region. We should withdraw from UASI. Barring that, we should put local conditions on the agreement. If that does not happen, then the board should immediately institute a long overdue policy on the kinds of equipment we receive and the security and communications agreements that we enter into with our neighbors. Policy is not as durable or as effective as we would like, as we have seen with the camera policy. And Boston will purchase no more or no less equipment based on our decision, and we will be available, along with our other UASI friends, to come to our aid as needed, as they always have and always will. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, Natalia Linos, and then Sean O'Neill.
Hi, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here in person. I'm wearing a mask even though I'm vaccinated, and I do hope that you'll make a hybrid option both for parents as well as those who feel compromised in terms of their health to show up in person. But I'm here to speak about the reimagining policing task force and in support of the two recommendations, especially the one on the school resource officers. I'm a parent of an 8-year-old and of 3-year-old twins, and I believe that, I moved to Brookline for the schools, and I think a lot of families do so. And many families don't know that there is such a thing as police in our schools, and I'm troubled by that fact. When I found out, I was troubled by that. Of course, my 8-year-old, my 4-year-olds don't really put 2 and 2 together. We love our crossing guard. We love that that gives us independence to go to school. But having police in schools is a problem. It is not a relationship. While we are having conversations about what creates public safety, police is not. That is our last resort. These are people with guns. These are people who should show up when there is a real crisis. And in schools, we do not and should not have those crises. If we do, we need to find other ways to address them. The root causes of bullying, of conflict, is what we need to be thinking about. And coming out of a pandemic, we will need to think about social services, the mental health of our students, but we do not police mental health. I'm a public health expert, and police is the last resort. So I urge you to get rid of a program in schools that puts police and actually could escalate tensions, and especially for our students of colors, could be tremendously damaging. I won't speak to the walk and talk program because I'm not a resident of the housing authorities, but I am deeply troubled also by that, and having spoken to people, I would urge you to also remove that program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sean O'Neill?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sean O'Neill. I moved here when I was 12 years old. Through the years, I have many mentors because I used to work at the Lynch Center and, the Lynch camp and the police department, the courts, all of that. And they never questioned my ability to do things. And that's why I love this town. I feel that we need to walk and talk because I have been in many situations, emergency situations, where I really needed them. And they came quickly and they responded. 2014, I went septic in my house and they helped to save my life. I just think it's a program where we can feel safe, the safety part of living where we live can be a little bit tighter. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes public comment. Thank you very much for those. No?
No, we do have more.
Oh, we do have,
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
it was
There's
a
another
quick sheet,
list.
yes.
Okay.
Next up is Bonnie Bastian, and then Amy Takanami.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member in Precinct 5, and I wanted to talk real briefly about the SRO and the walk and talk program recommendations that came from the school committee and the housing commissioners. The recommendations from the school committee on the SRO program is decisive. The recommendations on the walk and talk program from the housing commissioners should have been more decisive. The walk and talk program as laid out in their recommendations doesn't make any sense. The Brookline Police Department seems capable of redesigning their community engagement work without Brookline Housing Authority specificity. This would make Brookline Housing Authority residents' engagement with police officers consensual and on their own terms. Making these decisions, the decision that you all have in front of you tonight, is really meaningful to a lot of people in town that feel like Brookline is not a place for them and that their voices don't matter because they haven't thus far. So I urge you to remove both programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Amy Takanami and then Abby Erdman.
Hi, Amy Takanami, she, her, hers, town meeting member in Precinct 10. And I'm here also to voice my support for the task force to reimagine policing's recommendations to remove the SROs and walk and talk programs from our schools and BHA communities, respectively. The removal of these carceral programs is a racial justice issue, an educational justice issue, a housing justice issue, and more. Let's live up to our reputation as one of the best public school systems in our country. Let's live up to our BLM flag outside of Town Hall. Let's live up to these values we all profess that says nothing is more important than making Brookline a safe and welcoming community for all of our residents, which includes our schools and our homes. We have seen our neighboring towns already take the lead in this process. Our friends in Somerville and Worcester have already listened to the voices of their communities and removed SROs from their schools. Let's join them in leading the state on this crucial matter of racial justice. I want to reframe our conversation around this issue to one that focuses reframing our conversation from one that focuses on defunding and removal to a focus on creating the necessary space and resources for more investments into the programs that truly align with our shared values. Let's commit to the necessary investments to make the reactive, violent, punitive role of SROs and walk and talk officers obsolete by fully funding our social workers, our food banks, creating more affordable, stable family housing opportunities, and more. And despite what you may hear from some, this is the popular and democratic decision to make. From the task force, the school committee, the BHA commissioners, to the many BHS students and staff and BHA residents who have spoken and will continue to speak out on this issue, it is obvious that the removal of these officers is what our community wants to see. Our students, our teachers, our neighbors do not want officers in their homes and in their place of learning. Thank you for this time, and I hope all of my select board members vote tonight to end both these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Abby Erdman and then Ryan Black.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody at back. I've stood here many times as someone who taught in Brookline for over 40 years. And I pretty much am predictable about what I'm going to say. I'm a retired teacher, and since I've retired, I've co-founded Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity. And I want to say something really simple. I love Brookline, and here's a moment Brookline can get it right, and get it right in this way. Let us be an anti-racist community. Let us ask, what is the anti-racist step to take here? And I think there's been so much research and so much conversation. Just, you know, I don't need to repeat it. You all have heard it and heard it and heard it. I just want to say, let's ask, what would be anti-racist? And in that sense would be equitable and just. And I think it's really clear we need to get rid of the SROs. I was in the school for 40 years, never saw a need to have the police there, guidance counselors, teachers, we can solve things on our own. And the police are a 1-minute phone call away. Same with housing. There's a problem, the police are 1 minute away. And that's not to say I'm disrespecting the police. I am not. There are cases when we need the police. We don't need them hanging out all day in the schools, and we don't need them all night at the housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ryan Black and then Barbara Brown.
Good evening, Select Board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep. My name is Ryan Black, pronouns he, him, his, and I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 6. I'm here, like others, to encourage the board when it votes on the matters to end the school resource officer and walk and talk programs, recognizing how each contributes to the over-policing and surveillance of BIPOC and low-income students and public housing residents. In short, no one should feel policed in their schools or homes. Doing so would be in keeping with the task force's recommendations and the opinion of the school committee. It's worth noting, kind of as Bonnie Bastian said, the BHA commissioners also voted to end the walk portion of the walk and talk program, but arguably the program is functionally impossible for that portion. Ending these programs is not a condemnation of the individual officers involved in those programs. It's quite possible that they have the best of intentions. Ending these programs is instead a recognition of two systemic changes needed to our town's approach to public safety and the unintended consequences of inserting law enforcement into contexts where they aren't appropriate to be. Additionally, I want to echo what Dr. Linos said on the need to kind of foreground and pursue non-police solutions to helping students. Let's instead, for example, make sure our school's guidance counselors and social workers are amply staffed and resourced. I'll wrap there because I know you all are a bit pressed for time, but I would like to also voice support for providing the sorts of remote options that town meeting member Vogt spoke about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Barbara Brown and then Bruce Levin.
I'm a former school committee member. I'm delighted with what the school committee has decided, and I cede the rest of my time to Kimberly Richardson.
Kimberly Richardson.
Good evening, everyone. I wasn't intending to speak, but I couldn't. Two people spoke, and I felt impelled to speak. So Ms. McNally discusses community, and I want to define it. A group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristics in common. When you talk about community, do you feel what the BHA community feels like? Do you understand what the BIPOC community feels like? The rest of Brookline that loves these two programs aren't a part of the BHA community or the BIPOC community. So they can't imagine what it feels like to be the only community in Brookline to have a dedicated police unit assigned to them. They say it's support, but that's not the job of police to support. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I've been doing this all year. They say it's support,
We're just out of practice.
but that's not the job of the police to support anyone. I need the town to stop taking this issue personal. Like, we are not anti-police. We are anti-oppression, and I'll also define that. Something that oppresses, especially in being unjust or excessive exercise of power, a sense of being weighed down in body and mind. This program is unjust. This program weighs me down in body and in mind. If one person feels harmed, then that program just isn't working. Lastly, the BHA resident who spoke about safety and emergency, the police will come if there's an emergency, because that's their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker, public speaker tonight will be Bruce Levin.
Thank you. First, to shout out United Parish Church on Harvard Street. They have.
And if you wouldn't mind going right up to the mic,
Okay.
just so folks up here and the folks at home can hear you.
United Parish Church on Harvard Street. They have the Rainbow of Adirondack chairs. This weekend, there were a bunch of teenagers on Marion Street planting flowers and shrubs. Very nice. I'd like to talk about 30 Webster Street, which will be the second hotel on the street. I believe we are officially in a climate emergency. This month, about 10 trees, some of them mature, were cut down. For what? A multi-story concrete parking garage. Anyone at Brookline High can converse about the need for carbon recapture, so I will skip that. Another problem, my neighbor has a PhD in biosciences and teaches on the other side of the Charles. She told me that in about 1 month, she has seen 10 fewer species of birds. Moreover, the birds she sees are seriously disoriented. We have large glass sliding windows. I believe it's facing south towards the hills of Milton. Last week, we hear a crash. Guess what that was? Very disturbing. I'd just like to put on the table for future discussions, like to know what will be done to prevent sex trafficking out of that location, and what will be done to enforce smoking laws. As for Prairie Fire, picture tells 1,000 words, so I will stop at that unless anyone has any questions. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for your time. And that concludes public comment.
Great. Thank you all to those who spoke. Shifting now into our miscellaneous agenda. I believe the first thing that we're going to take up are some meeting minutes. So I'm going to move approval of the meeting minutes from June 8th and June 10th, unless there are any edits, any changes. No. Okay. So we'll take a roll call vote. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then for items 6B through 6F, well, actually, let's do 6 to 6E. These are primarily vendor licenses. There's an ice cream truck. There's the sewer system rehabilitation, and epoxy lining of sewer manholes. Any objections to taking those in omnibus fashion?
I have a question about one of them.
John?
So someone warned me this week, if you want to have a future in politics, don't ever vote against ice cream. But, and I'm not saying I'm going to vote against this, but I do think there is a problem with diesel ice cream trucks. And I don't know if anybody else has ever been bothered by it, but it can be not just an annoyance in terms of the noise from the truck idling, but it can be an annoyance in terms of the diesel fumes generated by the truck. So we have kind of we have a paradox. Everybody loves ice cream. Kids love ice cream. Everybody wants ice cream in the summer. But the delivery method for the ice cream is a truck that is of the worst kind of polluting vehicle. And we care about that in Brookline. We also care about ice cream. So what am I to do? I'd like us to at least, assuming we approve this, look into the issue of idling diesel engines in general, and specifically how do they apply in situations in which we are approving a vendor to essentially idle a diesel truck for a long period of time in one location in a neighborhood with kids. It doesn't really add up for me, but I don't feel we're ready yet to figure out what the policy is.
Did I hear you volunteer?
I will do what I can. I'd be happy to look into it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I think that we're probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're all with you in spirit.
Mhm.
So report back to us before we take this item up again.
Well, if I might just modify my volunteering, and in no way to weasel out of it, but I think we have working committees that could be looking into this. And I think, for example, the Select Board's Climate Action Committee could be looking into this. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Send me and Werner a note, and we will
And I would be
try to
happy
get
to
it.
work with them, yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So with that on the record, any other objections or comments about the items on the agenda that I just, Miriam?
Yeah, my daughter would never speak to me again if I didn't vote for the ice cream trucks.
I get it.
Okay, so I'm going to take a roll call vote. Again, those were items 6B through 6E. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. And the chair votes aye. So the next two items on our miscellaneous calendar, 6F, question of ending the town of Brookline's COVID-19 state of emergency, part of the reason we're in person tonight. So any discussion about that before I call a roll call vote on that? No? It is what it is.
Just how amazing it is that we're even here. And frankly, at the worst of times, it seemed like we might never get here. Bernard alluded to this about another event earlier, but just a tremendous thanks to town staff. Of course, those, I see Dr. Jett out here, but those in our health department, first and foremost, but everyone else. I mean, this is a whole community, whole staff effort, and ably led by our town administrator, Mel Kleckner, so thank you to everybody for making it work.
Mm-hmm. Bernard?
Yeah, and I see that a lot of people are still wearing their masks. And maybe that's a good idea, because we're vaccinated, but our vaccinations don't stop all coronaviruses that are out there. So maybe continuing to wear a mask will help us avoid the flu, cold, and other horrible ailments.
Should we vote?
Please.
Okay, let's vote. So all those in favor of ending the town of Brookline's COVID-19 state of emergency? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The last item on our miscellaneous is the question of approving the outdoor seating request from Prairie Fire, which includes a portion of the Webster Street parking lot. I know we had some discussion last week about this. We wanted to see whether or not a public table could be included in the plan. Any updates on whether or not that was accommodated? I do see the Commissioner of Public Works, Aaron, if you have any comments. Oh, Todd! No wonder you were asking for those pictures. And if you could address those pictures as well.
Good evening, Erin Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. The petitioner is here this evening, so can speak directly to his plans and the accommodations that have been made. But as we discussed last week, the use is a request for 5 parking spaces within the Webster Street lot. We have defined the area that would be utilized, looked at what would be potentially provided in terms of types of seating, ensured that the public access pathway that goes from Harvard through to the parking lot would be maintained and clearly signed, and have passed along all other comments and feedback from the board. So Todd is available, Todd Crane, our Transportation Administrator, if you have further questions, and I would pass it on to Prairie Fire.
Okay. Were you made privy to some pictures that were forwarded to us by a interested party?
No, I can speak to those.
Okay.
Sure. Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good
Thanks for
evening.
having me. Thank you.
Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Dan Kerrigan, and I own Prairie Fire. We've been there about 4 years now and just completed a small renovation inside. So excited to get the restaurant reopened and hopefully open a small beer garden behind it as well.
Great.
Shall I tell you a little bit about our plans, or do you have questions specific?
Well, maybe we should talk about the dumpsters first, and then maybe we will have questions for you.
Fantastic. Sure.
How you doing? Todd Crane, Transportation Administrator for the town of Brookline. Yes, we did receive pictures today forwarded to us of dumpsters that are in the public alleyway between Michael's Deli and Shaking Crab that connects the lot to Harvard Street. Those are unrelated to Prairie Fire. So as we were out there reviewing Prairie Fire's request, we walked around. We've also been looking at improving that area generally. Those are grease traps, and they belong to the Shaking Crab restaurant. Our Highway Director, Highway and Sanitation Director, Kevin Johnson, is going to be following up with the Health Department in order to see if that area can be cleaned up. It is partially private property, so it's partially on private property that's owned by the building, and partially on what's an MBTA easement that the town has for public access. I also know in speaking with Prairie Fire during our review, the general manager said that they had spoken to the owner as well, of the building owner, to see if they can also get the area cleaned up as well. So our eyes are on it, and we are trying to rectify that, but it is unrelated to Prairie Fire.
That's very helpful. Any update on getting public seating in that area?
Yes, so our plans, obviously our initial vision for the space, as is outlined in our application, is really a community space. We've reached out to multiple businesses in Coolidge Corner. We have plans, or a few months back as this process was started, we had plans in place with Allium Market, with the Coolidge Theater, and with Booksmith to do sort of host pop-up events back there for them that would be open community events. And we will, upon, if we receive approval, we will reach back out to them and hopefully have some things lined up for the summer, which would be really nice to host. We've also spoken at length with Stephen, who owns Michael's Deli, and we are looking to have the beer garden space and all the tables that we're purchasing to be open and available during the day for his clientele, or for Shaking Crab clientele or Subway clientele, to feel free to pop back there and use that space. And really as you're saying, public access, really anyone that want to utilize those tables during the day, we're excited to have the space be open. And we would maintain sanitation, cleanliness, all those things on a daily basis back there. We have plans to open the beer garden in the 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. range on a daily basis, and we would request that we have full access to those tables. Obviously, a beer garden would involve serving alcohol, and we're staffing for that, training for that, carrying the liability for that, and the insurances for that, and we'll be having personnel manage a host station, checking people in, taking names, checking people out, that are coming and going for dinner and alcohol service. It feels a little precarious to us to have some people checking in with us and being managed by us, but other people in the enclosed space just flowing in and out when we're serving alcohol.
I think this is a happy compromise, but I'd love to hear from other select board members. John, I know that this particular issue was of concern to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for what you've done to be responsive. But I'll confess I'm a little confused by the drawing I'm looking at. I've heard reference to you wish to use 5 of 11 parking spaces, right?
Yes.
The drawing I'm looking at seems to show the entirety of the lot taken up by the beer garden. So am I looking at a drawing that only shows part of the parking lot? Is that right? I see some nodding there.
The drawings we produced show half of the lot. So if you were to enter, if you were to come down Webster Street and enter the lot, the first 6 spaces, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, are open and will remain public parking. After the 3rd space in, there'll be Jersey barriers, and then the back 5 spaces would be utilized by us.
And so would the public space to which the public has access be in any way sort of cut off from or behind, the street access to this parking lot? In other words, it's a useful space if the public can get to it without having to walk through the beer garden. Can they get to all the spaces that way?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So, I
okay.
mean, really, in thinking about the beer garden, we don't want a closed-off space that's hard to find or get into. We want it to be an open space that people can gather in. Anyone from the community can come in and see and access. So there is a direct passageway from Harvard Street through the alley into the lot, and also from the Webster Street parking area into the lot as well. So there's direct passage straight through.
And this is just a question for whoever has the answer. Is there an entertainment license contemplated to go with this, what we're being asked to approve tonight?
We have not requested one.
You have not requested one, okay. Great. Thanks for what you've done to be responsive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So at this time, I'm going to move that we approve this, but let me know if there are any lingering concerns. Okay. So I'm going to move approval of this, approve the outdoor seating request from Prairie Fire, which includes a portion of the Webster Street parking lot. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank all of you. I appreciate it so much. Thanks.
Good luck.
Okay, so on to agenda number 8, agenda item number 8, the UASI Award. I believe, Mel, do you just want to kind of?
Sure. I'll introduce this topic, and we have the acting chief of police as well as the fire chief, who's the town's emergency management director. So UASI, which has been discussed a bit earlier in the meeting, is the Urban Area Security Initiative. It's a federal program and provides funding for cities and states and groups of cities and towns to prepare for security threats against their communities. And this town has participated in the Boston region of the UASI for many years, and this year it has been a fairly routine renewal. And this year, for obvious reasons, I felt that it had to be forwarded to the board as police commissioners, given the range of issues you've been dealing with on policing. But having said all that, we as staff, and I recommend personally the board's approval of this contract with the city of Boston. The benefits of UASI participation are substantial. It includes, I think as you've heard, some availability of financial resources for Brookline-specific needs. It provides cooperative planning for major events requiring regional responses, emerging threats, and especially information on cybersecurity attacks, and they provide some professional resources to us. I think we can't change our location. We're located surrounded by the city of Boston, and in the Boston region, we have the Boston Marathon coming through our community every single year. We have a major event coming to Brookline next year. The United States Golf Championship was a high-level security risk, and we just need to be part of that engagement to remain safe, I believe. And I think that the issues that have been talked about relative to military type of equipment or surveillance technology are legitimate issues. I think we've talked about them a lot in this community, and I don't believe we're opposed at all for the board to place restrictions on our use of UASI funds. We don't believe that we should change the agreement with the city of Boston that's standard to all other 8 communities in the region. So with that, I just will ask the acting chief and emergency management director Sullivan to speak briefly, because I know we want to give a lot of time for board questions and discussions of some potentially proposed conditions. So ask acting chief Mark Morgan to speak first.
Hi, Acting Chief Mark Morgan, Brookline Police. I just have a couple of things really quickly. You know, by not being, as far as in URASI or part of membership, we would not be out of the DHS FEMA arena. I've heard public comments and references Newton. Newton had wanted to get into URASI. They asked to be, and they were excluded. But they're all by default a member of the Northeast Regional Community Group. That's made up of 85 cities and towns that have to distribute funds and compete for funds that we only have to compete with 8 other communities with. And we have about 11%, of our voice being heard versus Newton has 1.1% being heard from the 85 communities, with communities such as Ashby and Raleigh and other things that may not be common to Newton. We have a lot more common with Cambridge and Somerville than we do with Ashburnham or Ashby or Raleigh or any of those other ones. So as far as Newton is involved in getting these funds, they just get them through a different organization or venue, and the rest of the state gets the monies through other regional ones, the Southeast Regional, and they go through state EOPs. So as far as some of the concerns of the community, we already have the police, military, and surveillance equipment committee. We have the camera committee that vet a lot of these other issues and can put restrictions on us of using that type of equipment after it's properly vetted and described and defined. I would believe that the URASI agreement as is should go forward, but we shouldn't have to impact all the other communities to try to get what we want. We can do that internally within our town and our own jurisdiction. Chief Sullivan?
Thank you, Chief Morgan. John Sullivan, Fire Chief Emergency Management Director. I just wanted to take just a couple of seconds to talk about the impact of emergency management and UASI on emergency management. There's a significant portion of the UASI funding that applies to emergency management in the fire department. And those resources are invaluable to our ability to respond to natural disasters and even this pandemic that we just went through. The vast majority of the resources that the town of Brookline emergency management function capability has as a result of UASI-funded grants and equipment, including over a $500,000 build-out of our Emergency Operations Center, which was utilized 24 hours a day for the first several weeks of this pandemic, and then was utilized every day up until the state of emergency, which has been declared to be taken off as of today. And our staff has been there every day for Monday through Friday, and the call center was invaluable in our efforts to vaccinate the public here in Brookline. And all of those assets are a part of the Emergency Operations Center funding through UASI, including Cheryl Snyder, who's with us here today, who's our full-time emergency management coordinator now, which we didn't have up until a year ago, and has been an incredible asset to this community for many years in the health department. but has proved to be an incredible asset in the emergency management function that she's playing. And so I encourage the board to support our continued membership in UASI. We certainly recognize and understand the concerns of the town meeting members who spoke earlier, and I think we have processes in place and policies that we can put in place to address those issues moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that there is a representative from the ACLU. Would you like to speak?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Hello, how are you? It's nice to be back. My name is Emiliano Falcon Morano. I'm the Policy Counsel for the Technology for Liberty program at the ACLU of Massachusetts, and I'm here to provide some comments about this MOU with the Metro Boston Homeland Security Region. So with the ACLU, we're generally concerned about the Metro Boston Homeland Security Region, which I will refer to Metro Boston HSR for short, that is managed by the City of Boston, especially the Office of Emergency Management, and its relationship with cities and towns in eastern Massachusetts, including Brookline. So we are particularly concerned about the inability of town and city governments to perform sufficient oversight and accountability of the Metro Boston HSR related activities when those activities are shrouded in secrecy. To date, decisions about how to spend Metro Boston HSR funds have effectively been made by a group of unelected police officers representing the cities and towns in the Metro Boston HSR meetings, not by elected officials in those cities and towns. This is very concerning because too often the programs, surveillance technologies, training initiatives, and information sharing agreements enacted through that process are therefore not approved by elected officials in the cities and towns. In many cases, elected officials do not even know that this is happening. Recent news about the City of Boston, Metro Boston HSR plan to link all the critical infrastructure monitoring system, which are informally known as the SIMS cameras, in the region is a perfect example of what can go wrong when decisions with significant civil rights and civil liberties impacts are made behind closed doors without the approval of elected officials in the cities and towns in the regions. We saw how the Boston acting mayor had to backtrack and go back in their request for proposals that the OEM had published because of the backlash from the community. So the town of Brookline should implement checks and balances to ensure all the activities and spending related to the Metro Boston Homeland Security Region align with Brookline's values. So we believe that those checks and balances should include, first of all, adopting the amending language suggested by Amy Hamel and Clint Richmond for the UAC agreement currently before this board. Second, requiring all Metro Boston Homeland security related matters at future select board meetings to be allotted their own agenda items and not be added to the miscellaneous section of an agenda. Third, requiring all Metro Boston HSR meeting minutes and agendas to be shared with the Brookline Select Board as soon as they are made available. Fourth, adopting a local law in Brookline to require all surveillance technologies, acquisitions, and information sharing agreement to be vetted and approved by the Select Board, including but not limited to those programs or technologies related to the Metro Boston Homeland Security Region or purchased with federal funds. We think that by including this checks and balances in this engagement with the Metro Boston Homeland Security Region and in future engagements, the civil rights and civil liberties of the residents of Brookline will be preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this is what we're going to do next. I know Raul has been working with Clint and Amy on those conditions, so I'm going to give him an opportunity to just speak very briefly about it. Bernard has raised his hand. Miriam has raised her hand. I assume John will want to speak. Time check, it is 6:12. We have a number of hearings that are scheduled for 7 p.m., which was actually probably optimistic. We have 2 interviews. Our interviews average about 10 minutes apiece, and we have 2 other agenda items to cover before 7 p.m. So, with that in mind, Raul.
Let me be brief then. I know that I think Amy and Clint, and then also Emiliano from the ACLU, I think addressed some of the concerns. I do want to sort of backtrack here a little bit for a second, or step back for a second, and just say, this is, really looking into agreements like this, it's our job, right? And so some folks say, well, you should just be approving these things routinely, maybe before, but I don't think anymore. Right? It is literally our job to look at these agreements, to consider and to reconsider our policy, our practice, and the agreements that we engage in. That is right and proper, and we need to keep doing it. I think that there are some folks, certainly, we've had 2 conversations on this board, and I don't think I heard any board member say that they wanted to take any action that would make communities of faith any less safe than they are today. And so, I think some folks maybe led believe that that this board intends to take action where that would be the result, and I don't think that's the case, not based on our past conversations. Certainly nothing that I've said would indicate that. I think this issue around the Metro Boston Homeland Security region, I think is one that we need to, over time, investigate more and more. Boston, as part of this, we're one of the member communities, but frankly, you all know we're a small member community, and Boston is the tail that wags the dog here. Boston is thinking about what it wants to do. This RFP that was put out there by the city of Boston, no one up on this dais was made aware of it before it went out. That's an issue. That's a real issue that we would be dragged in or pulled into to something where there would be effective an expansion of the surveillance state. There is a certain amount of public surveillance and cameras that are out there right now. This community's had many conversations about cameras in the past. I think we'll continue to, and sort of weighing the various benefits versus risks of having surveillance in the public realm. I think we're going to continue to do that, but it's a conversation that we need to have, and it's put me in the mind that we need to present as a community certain conditions to our participation in agreements. I think Emiliano raised, I think, some important ones. Other ones that I know, Amy and Clint have been working on, and I think that we need to consider is making sure, essentially, that the select board actually vets. And we can do that on our own. We can, if we decide, use the military type equipment and surveillance committee to do that, or another body to do that. But that we are vetting what it is that we're requesting funds for and how those funds are used, and also that we're thinking very deeply about the cameras that currently exist in Brookline, who has access to them, and for what purposes. And certainly, I wouldn't support giving anyone in Boston or anywhere else that's not Brookline access to those cameras. That's for sure. But those are the kinds of conditions I think we're talking about putting in place. So I don't know that this is about, I don't think we should throw out the baby with the bathwater here, that we should be not making use of really important funds to fund really important emergency management, preparedness, staff, activities, equipment as necessary, but we do need to put sensible conditions on this. That's what we're talking about today.
So Bernard.
Yeah. I agree with a lot of what Raul said, but I think I want to look at it also in the context of what these benefits really help with. In our current environment here in Brookline, in Massachusetts, in the United States, the threats to houses of worship is just one piece of the threats that we face. Started out as so-called foreign threats of terrorism, but now we're talking about domestic threats from terrorist organizations, attacking not just synagogues and Muslim mosques, but also political organizations, women's organizations, etc. Chief Morgan, in his letter to us back in May 21st, listed the uses of UASI funds and said, none of these funds are used for the purchase of any type of weapons, and all uses are in line with town policies. I'm going to hold you to that. and I trust you. At a previous meeting, I mentioned the draft report of the military equipment. It's a long, long name. I just call it the Surveillance Committee on military equipment, which is in our packet. And one of the recommendations of that report relative to UASI is that each year the Select Board receive a list of the items for which the town is seeking reimbursement from UASC funds to address the serious concerns that people have regarding the acquisition of particularly military-type equipment, riot gear, and surveillance technology. I think Chief Morgan's May 21st letter is in line with that recommendation. The Select Board can prepare a Select Board policy or procedure, or we can just request that every year Mr. Kleckner give the Board advance notice in writing, which will be part of the agenda, listing the specific equipment, training, and supplies that Brookline is acquiring or getting reimbursement for under UASC, as was done this year on May 21st. If the list includes any items that can be characterized as, for example, military-type equipment, riot gear, or surveillance technology, the town will have an opportunity to articulate to the Select Board why such equipment is necessary. Military-type equipment can mean anything from sweatshirts to AR-15 type weapons. So, if that is on something like that is on the list, they can articulate to us why this is important, and if we agree, we can approve. If not, we can disapprove. But the Select Board can have an opportunity to reject anything that's seen outside the bounds of the town's values and concerns. I think that's one way that we can address the many of the concerns that people have regarding what UASC funds are used for, particularly those types of equipment. So.
Miriam.
Great, thank you. I'm not going to say much because I mostly echo what Raul has said and what he's brought up. I mean, my biggest concern really is this surveillance, this idea that everything we do now becomes one big network available and out of our control. And I find that really bothersome, and I find it bothersome that it never occurred to anyone else on the other side of this conversation that other people wouldn't want that. So I think as long as we, I agree, I don't think we're no longer going to rubber stamp these kinds of agreements, but that doesn't mean we don't approve them. We just approve them and say, we're going to have our eye on this. And we are going to create policies and practices that, in fact, guard our civil liberties as a town. So I think there are a lot of really valuable, especially the cybersecurity, the money spent for cybersecurity. I mean, there's really valuable stuff here in UASC, but I think it needs to be tempered with a critical eye. So I think that's the way to go forward.
Okay, and John.
Yeah, thank you very much. I sometimes think we're having two different conversations about this. There are benefits from participation in UASC that have barely been mentioned tonight. One that I saw mentioned in the many, many, many letters that we got in support of participating in UASC is CERT training and emergency response training. And we've barely mentioned that. On the other hand, we've heard a lot about the cameras. And I think for sure the cameras raise questions. I think the time to explore those questions, excuse me, is in the period between now and the next time that we have to approve participation in one of these grants. And I'll say it straight out. It's on us that we reached the essentially the deadline for approving participation, but we don't really have a clear understanding of exactly what issues we would like to put limitations on in the next grant. And I think we should develop the policies that limit our participation in the next grant. I just want to quickly read from something which I think better explains what this is all about. Because you might be confused by the fact that it seems to have something to do with Boston, and Boston participating in something, and then the mayor of Boston sort of tapping the brakes on what Boston is doing. So the reason that it embraces not just Brookline but Boston is that Boston is the agency that makes the request to UASC for this network that will monitor some 1,000 cameras in the entire region. And so Boston will be, and is now, asking its own questions about that part of the grant. I think those who are very concerned about the civil liberties aspects of this are being heard loud and clear in Boston. I'm not saying they'll get everything they want, but it is under review. Those concerns are being heard. There are other things that Brookline benefits from by participating in UASI that we would lose if, because of the current debate over the use of the cameras, we decline participation in UASI. So I'm going to vote for participation in UASI.
Okay, with that, I know that we have taken this item up the past, I believe, 2 meetings, so this makes the 3rd. We have worked with skeptics to try to get language included, which Raul addressed. How are board members feeling this week about voting? Do we feel ready to vote?
I do.
Okay. So with the conditions that Raul worked with Clint and Amy on, I'm going...
How are those conditions related to the contract? I mean, we're not amending the contract, I assume.
Raul, do you want to speak briefly about the types of conditions?
Right, and I want to bring, Chief Morgan, if you're willing, you and I had an exchange about this as well, talking about, essentially, we wouldn't make an amendment, we wouldn't make a change to the agreement itself, but the exchange that we had over email was about how we can, Brookline needs to comply with sort of local policies and ordinances and those kinds of things. And I think what we're talking about is sort of developing now as part of the acceptance of this agreement, putting in these certain conditions, which I don't think you disagree with or opposed to necessarily, which is essentially, and I'll just make sure you're not saying you agree when you don't, but just to make sure that the select board has the ability to vet. I would just say there was something that Bernard said earlier was about sort of reviewing the reimbursement request. That seems to indicate that the procurement has already been made. I would say that this needs to happen before the actual request for funding or decision to procure something or expand the surveillance network has been made. And then just so you know, the other piece that was brought up was the public noticing of the meetings, even if they're not happening in Brookline, the MBHSR, UASI meetings, even if they're not happening in Brookline. But
Sure. You can take care of the public notice. They are public meetings. As far as the language, as far as the language, as far as going into the agreement, I think at this time, it would have to be circulated through all 8 other communities, and time is of the essence. But as far as the agreeing some of those terms with some modifications or definitions, so we know exactly what we're doing as far as what easiest, would probably be exclude certain equipment and just define what that equipment is, and we wouldn't purchase that, and we wouldn't take the steps to do that. It would be the easiest way. They need internal police policies or internal town policies, and that would accomplish the goals that the town wants to do. But as far as it has to be separate from the agreement that's we're looking to get signed.
Okay, so with that understanding, I will move the approval and authorization for the town administrator to sign the memorandum of understanding between the City of Boston Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and the Town of Brookline for the fiscal year 21 UASI award. Bernard?
Aye.
Oh, did you want to?
Is that subject to these conditions that we just
Yes.
discussed? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
So Bernard was an aye. Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. And the chair votes aye. Okay, thank you very much. So the next item, and before we get into the next item, so the next series of items deal with our police department, more philosophical. So the first item that we're going to be taking up is the PCAC. Forgive me, what does that stand for? The
Police Commissioners Advisory Committee.
Thank you. The Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. We have one interview. I was mistaken. Somebody needed to reschedule. Yes. So we will be taking that interview. That is part of a series of reforms that we are contemplating as a board in our role as police commissioners. We will also be taking up the issue of walk and talk and the school resource officer program, which you heard alluded to in public comment, as well as some general discussion about some other warrant articles that the board may be sponsoring in the future that will go before town meeting and potentially the state legislature. So with that in mind, I ask Sandra Pelkey to come to the podium. Make sure to use the microphone. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this particular committee.
Okay, I wear a mask because I'm allergic to the shot, so don't think I'm just being a jerk about it. My name is Sandra Pelkey. I was born in Maine, raised in Revere. I left Revere, raised my kids, bought a home in Essex, Massachusetts, raised my children in Essex, but they went to school in Newton and Marblehead, but that's besides the point. I moved to Brookline because this is where all my work is. I've been in Brookline for probably 15 years, but worked in Brookline for about 45 years. What can I tell you about myself? I wrote this all down because I just have too much stuff. I trained as a chef. I had a restaurant in Gloucester. That's why I moved to Essex in the first place. And I worked in hospice during the AIDS epidemic, and I am now a house manager. I have 2 children. When I lived in Essex and for the state, I was the chairman of the Board of Health for the state of Massachusetts and for Essex, Massachusetts. I was also the senior chairman and the kids, the youth commission. I was the chairman for the youth commission. I was in politics during 9/11. So 9/11 happened, and the Board of Health and the police department and fire department were very close. We had to work close during that time. I've been trained with FEMA. I've been trained with Homeland Security. I have Red Cross because when 9/11 happened, the government was throwing out so much money, and we were just taking all these classes and keeping up with them. So politics has always been my thing. Now, obviously, most of you know that I'm heavily into politics, and my tattoos tell you. But I'm very bipartisan. I've traveled this country for the last 4 years, protesting, rallying for social justice, for police brutality. I'm an advocate and spokesman for Black Lives Matter, and also, well, you don't want to know that. And but I'm very bipartisan. I have some fabulous Republican friends, and I just want to make that clear, that when I walk into a meeting, my politics is out the door. It's left at home. So people think I'm aggressive towards it, but it's still left at home. I ran for selectman in the town of Essex, which is primarily a Republican town, and lost by 29 people, so that isn't bad. What else? I am certified in hazmat, FEMA, PPE, Red Cross, emergency response. Okay, I've been in politics all this time, bipartisan homework. Why I want to join this is because I think, why I want to join the department is because I think that we're in a very sketchy time right now with the police departments. Although I love the police and I truly want to see this become successful, but I would like to be the town that reforms some of the police department, and I don't believe in defunding, that's just stupid. But reform is in all police, has to be in all police departments, because we have to change. And I think the last 4 years has shown us that we have to change. We don't have a choice. So I'd like to get involved with the police department and work with them and do my homework and see exactly what we're going to do, because personally, I don't know exactly what you want to do, but I know I can do it. I've proved myself for the last 45 years, and I'm very excited to work with the police department. I'm very voiceless, and I'll pull you up in a minute on any crap. You can ask the chief. He's gotten a few from me. I don't, and it's not because of him, it was because the January 6th insurrection, when I was watching men get beat, officers get beat with their own flag. So when that happens, we should leave the flag at home.
Thank you. So I'd like to open this up to members to ask you questions.
Oh, absolutely.
Anybody have?
I
Oh,
didn't see
Bernard.
you had it.
Yeah, so give me a sense of what ideas you have for improvements to the Brookline Police Department.
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know exactly what I'm getting into, so I don't know what they have implemented yet. What I'd like to see is, I'd like to see the police department move more away from mental health and have, look into see what we can do with mental health. I want to look into racism, which we all know it's all over the place, especially in Brookline. So,
Why especially in Brookline?
how many black-owned businesses do we have? 0.
And that's your criteria?
No, I've seen it. But, I mean, we're no worse than anybody else. I mean, Massachusetts is the most racist state in the country. Did you know that?
Have you ever lived other places?
I have.
Let's
Alabama.
let's
My
give some
family's
other
from Gainesville,
members an
Alabama.
opportunity to ask some questions. Anybody else have any questions? John.
John.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra, for giving us your time. As I see it, one of the central roles that this group is going to play is to, in cases where there has been an internal investigation within the police department of a complaint against an officer, it will be the job of this particular commission to advising the select board to determine if that investigation was done thoroughly, fairly, correctly, and came to a correct conclusion. Do you feel prepared
absolutely.
to do that kind of work? And to do it, it requires people who can balance skepticism and also fairness, you know,
Yes.
in their investigation of, they're basically going to investigate investigations.
Oh, well, if that's what I'm doing, I can say I'm up for the job. I'd be very good at it, because I work well with people. And, you know, I grew up listening to people and coming to conclusions and asking questions, and, you know, you just got to use your common sense and your ability to read people and talk to everybody involved, and just, you know, I don't think that's especially a hard thing to do. I think I could absolutely do that thoroughly, and bring it to you, and bring it to you as a team, whoever my team will be, or what team we'll have, to be bipartisan and absolutely look at what was done. Was the investigation done properly? Yeah, because I don't want to see anybody I don't know what the police officer did, but if he didn't do it, you know, I don't want to see people guilty for just, you know, sometimes people are guilty, not guilty.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. I'd like to, I need to know more.
Yep, thank you for that answer.
Thank you very much. We have more business to discuss, and we will notify you if you are selected.
Absolutely. Do you know when that would be by any chance?
I'm guessing a few weeks.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda is reform and reimagining recommendations discussion. So the three items that I would like for us to discuss as a board is civil service, and then also whether or not we want to seek home rule petition to allow for the use of civilians, the enforcement of traffic stops. And then there was a letter of support that I had drafted over the weekend for a bill that I think the governor filed in the House, and then another state senator filed a similar bill in the Senate that basically would allow municipalities to use red light cameras for certain speed infractions or running red lights, which, in my opinion, that's how you get at reducing implicit bias. John?
Question, and I apologize if I missed something earlier. My agenda says that we were to have had a discussion of the PCAC next steps prior to that interview that we just did, which we didn't really have.
True.
Should we be doing that now?
We can. I think that was me saying that this is part of our like philosophical future of policing. But if we want to talk more about the PCAC in particular.
I wanted us to, if there is some, that we were also given the PCAC charge, and I didn't know whether, the implication to me was we're going to be discussing the charge, whether people have any questions about it, but.
Oh, have we not?
Yeah,
Have we not adopted the PCAC
Yeah, it's
charge?
already adopted. I thought you gave, or put that in the packet so that we'd have a sort of basis for asking questions of the interviewees.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, that's fine. I just wanted to be sure that I hadn't missed something, because, it seemed to go right to the interview without discussion of the PCAC itself, but that's fine with me.
But there is a question of, what are our next steps? I mean, we're going to be interviewing candidate or applicants for membership on the PCAC. Then I guess we'll make a decision. Are you thinking of other steps we need to take before the PCAC gets up and running?
I mean, step one is to get people to apply. My understanding is it's a body of 3 or 5? 5? Okay. So we need candidates to apply. We're in interviews. And so once we have enough good candidates that we feel comfortable appointing, then I think what we would do is bring all of them in once they're appointed and have a discussion about what it is that we are looking from them to do for us. The charge certainly spells certain things out, but it's helpful to just have that philosophical discussion. Miriam?
So, I'm sorry, because I haven't looked, so I don't know if it's up, but the candidate we just had applied for the position and didn't really understand. It sounded like what she was applying for, so is that description up there? It is. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure so that people know what it is they're applying for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Raul, do you have any thoughts on the 3 items that I delineated? Home rule petitions or letter of support?
No, I mean, I think only to say, we've talked in the past about, definitely more about civil service and, thinking about what options, there's the things in our conversation around civil service that we've talked about were giving us as a town more flexibility over hiring in particular, and as a way to potentially build a more diverse police force in this context. And as far as the traffic measures go, these were discussed as part of the task force to reimagine policing report that we all received. And really, again, this is about flexibility. It doesn't bind us to make these changes, but it gives us the possibility that through a public process we can have a discussion, a real discussion, because legislation would allow us to make these changes, to do one of these two things. One is to employ civilians when armed officers for traffic enforcement aren't absolutely necessary. And then this issue, and I know we just talked about cameras a bit before, but this is in a very different context, using technology to especially in places where speeding is an issue or running red lights is an issue, using technology to issue tickets rather than again officers, and as you mentioned in the intro, as a way really to reduce unnecessary contacts between officers and members of the public. We've talked about this before in Brookline, and if anybody has an issue that's different from what I'm about to say, please let us know. We don't do pretextual stops. We don't stop someone to then investigate them. We stop someone because they were speeding, and we give them a ticket for speeding. And that's in theory. And again, if your experience has been different, please let us know. But there is that contact, and there is that ability, that opportunity for bias. We did see discrepancies. I won't say that there's some question about whether or not they're related to racial bias. We did see some discrepancies in the police stops based on race, not just on stops, but also once the stop was made, who received a citation versus who received a warning. And it's undeniable, if you're a driver going through Brookline, you'd much rather be white than anything else. And that's something that we're trying to change. This is potentially one of the ways that we can actually change it.
Bernard.
Yeah. Civil service, I agree. We definitely should investigate getting out of civil service. It just creates too many problems for us. I think we have to be very careful about thinking of, of course we should discuss it, but thinking about replacing police or replacing police and traffic stops with civilians. You never know when a traffic stop really can get out of control. There's no way to know whether that's going to happen or not. So that really requires a lot of thought. I think a better approach is to just address some of the reasons why you have discrepancies. For example, we need to the extent we haven't already, eliminate the economic stops, broken taillights, things like that. And other things to just sort of eliminate some of the risk that happens when there is an interaction between a police and a civilian. So in terms of petitioning the state legislature, I guess I can't really say we shouldn't do it. I think we just need to think about that really, really carefully. The issue of the governor's bill, red light, what's it called, red light cameras. I was in Brookline recently visiting my daughter, where they have these red light cameras. Frankly, it's creepy. I'm not sure that it's something that would really be acceptable here in Brookline. There are a lot of mistakes that are made. I read news reports of, particularly when people like me who have leased cars don't get notice of a traffic citation because it goes to the owner of record. Now, that should be able to be fixed, but apparently it's not. So I think we just have to be very careful about trying to substitute our current system with something that sounds good, but we really need to think it through before we sort of jump off that cliff.
I will just say, I had invited our representative, Tommy Vitolo. He is stuck at the State House to answer some of these questions about, the legislation and the likelihood of it succeeding and that thing. So we can bring him in if this conversation matures. Miriam, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I would just say that I certainly support the letter. If nothing else, it gives us flexibility, right? We don't have to pull the trigger no pun intended, we don't have to pull the trigger right now, right? But it gives us the option to make that decision if we want to move forward in that direction. So I would support that.
And I'm sorry, but specifically the letter being the letter.
So I circulated a letter
Yeah.
of support for those two bills, the governor's bill
Yeah.
in the House and Brownsburger's bill
Yeah.
in the state Senate about red light camera.
Yeah. I'm thinking more of the discussion we just had of possible legislation on civil service reform and possible legislation on substituting civilians for police in traffic stops. Both of those, to my understanding, require legislation?
I don't believe civil service requires special legislation. It requires you to remove yourself in the same manner in which you adopted it in the first place, which was town meeting. We had an open town meeting, I think, back then, so there's a question about whether, it would still require voter approval. That's not clear, but I don't think legislation is required to get removed from
Okay.
from civil
We
service.
definitely need to have a meeting with Tommy Vitola, because he and I have had discussions of whether the legislature would look favorably on legislation to get out from under civil service. So that was not my understanding of it.
I should say, John, there may be communities who've done that because they didn't want to go through the process locally, that go through the legislature, because the legislature can do that.
Yeah.
But that's not typical.
Yeah. Well, on that issue, I'm satisfied that that's something we should do. And big deal, I'm just one person. But, we had a reimagining task force, very good process, very good and thoughtful work that was done. We had a reform process, great, good work that was done. I think we're ready to decide whether civil service is tying the hands of the police department and the police commissioners, us, in reforms that are going to be very necessary in the years ahead. If we're going to encourage new officers to come into the department who are younger, who think differently, and who are excited about working, for the Brookline Police Department, part of that is going to be opportunities for advancement. And if civil service ties us to a very, very rule-bound system of advancement, it's going to take forever for us to change the thinking and change the public face of the Brookline Police Department. So, please don't turn to me and say, okay, draft the, whatever it is that has to be drafted to do it. I with all humility, I suggest that our town administrator might, consider coming to us with a proposal by which Brookline would decide whether to leave civil service.
So-
insofar as the police department is concerned.
I'm hearing a couple of different things. I'm hearing that the civil service discussion is probably mature enough for us to take a vote here tonight that would instruct the town administrator to first find out exactly how the mechanisms by which we could get out
path,
of
yeah.
it. Yeah. And then maybe work on a recommendation that we could then react to in a couple of weeks. Mel, is that?
Couple of weeks? I don't think so.
Months?
Yes.
Okay.
More like.
And we're talking about a warrant article, right?
Yes.
And-
Yes, I believe we would have
and
to.
a huge
for
amount
November.
of preparation to be able to convince town meeting that this is a good idea, so.
I think we have to deal with this now.
Yeah.
We keep kind of kicking the can down the road, and at some point, the promotions will be on our agenda. And when I take up those promotions, I want to know that we have a future that doesn't include such rigid ways of functioning.
So I don't know offhand the schedule for the, preparing the warrant for the November town meeting, but I surely won't let that go without bringing it back, but I'll be working on it. I believe this was a recommendation specifically of the Reform Committee, and I was assuming that that would be a task that I would be taking up.
Excellent. From my recollection, the warrant usually closes about 4 weeks before the town meeting.
Yeah, end of August last year.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I think
Okay.
that's probably
It is a
typical.
tight timetable, yeah.
Okay, well, Mel, do your best.
We can insert articles in the warrant in order to, protect us and have them available. They can always be withdrawn, or the board can decide not to support those. So I wouldn't let it go without, making sure we had that opportunity.
So we'll vote to instruct Mel to begin working on the civil service discussion and possible related warrant articles. The letter of support, I know that Miriam and Bernard have provided some comments on the letter. Not sure if Raul and John, if you've seen a copy of the letter.
I regret to say I have not,
Okay.
and somehow I missed that in the packet.
It was a shared
Separate
Google
email.
Doc that I had Devin circulate.
Okay.
So we can certainly put that off to next week. And it sounds like the civilian enforcement, I really would like Representative Vitolo here. So I do apologize that that was not able to happen this week. So maybe we can try to do that for next week. It doesn't seem like, we're ready to necessarily act on that particular matter right now.
I'll just say for me, I just want to read the bills. So I've read the letter that we have, but I haven't read the bills yet. So let me read those two bills. And the other thing I'll just say too is, I think that this legislature, this state legislature in particular, there's a chilling effect that happens on local communities because there's so many issues that they don't take up or take forever to take up. And we passed 16-year-old voting in Brookline, I think it's 2 years ago now. And I know there was a pandemic in the middle of it, but of that time, we had passed years before that allowing non-citizen residents to vote in Brookline. Did you know that? Not acted on by the state legislature. So I think there's this, so when we get the sort of well, I don't know if they're going to end up going for that. I don't think that should prevent us from still sending the bills up the hill. And because if it's something that we believe in as a community, we have to keep doing those kinds of things so eventually we can get them to act. But I just don't want for us to say no to ourselves because we don't think it's going to stand a chance at the State House.
John?
I get where you're coming from. I feel the same frustration. However, and this is based on conversations I've had on this very subject, I think we also have to take into consideration, and we should discuss this with Representative Vitolo when we do sit down with him. It all hinges on the ability of our state reps to get other state reps to say yes to these home rule petition ideas that town meeting comes up with quite often. We have to be thinking about the credibility of our rep and our rep's priorities. And some of them are extremely vital, not just to Brookline, but to the planet. Tommy's passionate about fossil fuel issues. It's not an easy thing to get other reps to go along with forward-thinking initiatives on fossil fuel. If you're also burdened with trying to get them to say yes to every single home rule petition that comes from Brookline, it just makes the job harder. He may say, "Don't worry about it. I can walk and chew gum at the same time." I can't tell you the number of times that there have been home rule petitions adopted by town meeting that more than one and more than a dozen people said to me, "It's never going to get passed by the legislature." And so far, in just about every single instance, they're correct. And I think it tells us something, that people know that. And there's a reason why sometimes these things, there's a downside to asking for stuff you're not going to get. And we should think about that.
Bernard?
Yeah, I think we need to think about, how what we're asking is going to play in, let's say, New Bedford. And that, means that, sometimes we have to phrase, our requests in such a way that Tommy can actually go to a state representative in New Bedford or wherever, get that person to really see this as something that is relevant to their lives and their communities too. So, I think that's, one of the issues. Many times, I've been told, when I worked downtown on the Hill, that, Brookline thinks that this is important, but, Brookline has plenty of opportunities to pay for X, Y, and Z, whereas, my concern are those communities who don't have the resources, don't have these issues that Brookline, because of its privilege, does have. So I think we need to just be aware of the fact that, Tommy has to deal with a lot of legislators who come from different worlds than Brookline.
Miriam?
So First, I'm going to say I realize I think we've gotten a little off track. But that said, I'm
Welcome
going
to the select board.
Yeah. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my with John and Bernard, because I think, in fact, yes, absolutely, we need to think more globally. We can't just always think about Brookline, but I've been elected by the people of Brookline, and frankly, so has Tommy. And so we are the charge here for Tommy, and the people of Brookline are the charge here for us. And so I feel like, no, in fact, we do bring those things forward. And maybe sometimes, and maybe even more times than not, they don't make it all the way to the top. That doesn't mean you keep trying to climb the mountain. You just got to keep trying to climb the mountain. And I think you create conversations and you create thinking, even just by bringing to the table this idea that we want all new buildings to be climate neutral, right? Even if that doesn't pass muster, it creates a conversation that gets other people involved in the discussion. So I think we have to, I think we have to push the envelope.
Okay, so we will invite Tommy to our next meeting, and hopefully we can have a continuation of this conversation. But for right now, tonight, it sounds like we're ready to instruct the town administrator to take next steps involving exiting civil service as a community. Okay.
I so move.
Excellent. So roll call vote on instructing Mel, the town administrator, to take necessary next steps and report back prior to the fall town meeting. Okay. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Mel. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is the SRO and Walk and Talk programs. I see Mike Jacobs from the Brookline Housing Authority and David Perlman from the school committee. If you want to come to the podium, just to be available for questions, which I assume will come up. How do I want to handle this? We've talked a lot about these two programs. Actually, the late breaking news was probably from the school committee. So David, if you just want to summarize what went into your recommendation, and then Mike, I'll give you an opportunity to do the same.
David Perlman, Vice Chair of the School Committee. So last night, we voted 8-0 to recommend ending the School Resource Officer Program. The main reasons that we came to that conclusion and that recommendation was we could not ignore the racial disparities in the data, both local and national, and particular attention was paid to the local data. We conducted a survey that was over 600 students responded, over 250 staff responded. And it was very clear that our African American and Latinx students in particular, but also our white and Asian students, did not express greater comfort with SROs, did not say that they feel safer with SROs. And that was something that we just could not ignore. Beyond that, we also looked at the purposes of the SRO program, what it is that the police department itself has said is the purpose of the SRO program. On the police department website, it says that school resource officers work in collaboration with school administration to support students, ensure positive outcomes for youth, and connect the school, students, and families to services and resources in the community. The school committee acknowledges that those are very important goals, but the question is, are police officers in the best position to pursue those goals? It should be noted that this program only goes back to 2019. It's not a long program. And by no means are we indicting the individual school resource officers. In fact, much of the input we received was that a lot of people liked the school resource officers as individuals. But we wanted to look at this from a macro level, a programmatic level, about the structure, about the systems in place, the opportunity costs. and what classes of professionals would be in the best position to provide the support that our students need. For that reason, we have asked the central office administration to address those questions, and we want them to address them right away this summer. And they have stated a commitment to look into those details further. So that's essentially why we reached our recommendation. There is a 5-page statement that we drafted that was issued last night. Prior drafts of it were available online. This one is now online as well. It explains our rationale in greater detail, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. We'll hold questions for right now, and Mike, if you want to do the same thing for how the Brookline Housing Authority rendered its decision from a few weeks ago, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Okay, I'm going to do this a little bit differently.
Okay.
BHA has a long and strong working relationship with the Brookline Police Department. In the early 90s, when the Walk and Talk was created, it was an important tool responding to gang violence and high crime in the developments. It was also an era when community policing models were promoted nationally and by HUD. However, times have changed, and we welcome the opportunity to think through the role of the unit 30 years later. As commissioner, we are responsible for over 1,400 BHA residents, including 492 seniors, 323 children under 18, and 304 persons with disabilities. We have an incredibly poor population with an annual median household income of around $16,500. Our minority population of family developments is 47% African American, 21% Latinx, and 13% Asian. We have great diversity within our public housing community, and we bring diversity to the greater Brookline community. Any decision that we make as commissioners is to represent all of our residents. To assist in developing a position, the commission has reviewed the work of the two committees, including unfortunately, the small survey results of our residents. We held public meetings and encouraged resident and staff feedback on the Walk and Talk. We sought private feedback where those two groups felt uncomfortable speaking in public forums. The results of the private feedback was that residents of color felt stigmatized by the police presence within our developments. In crafting our memo, we attempted to recognize elements of the Walk and Talk program which we think are worthy of further discussion, while eliminating those that some residents, particularly residents of color, find objectionable. So these are the elements that are in our memo, which I just want to emphasize. 1, eliminate practices that border on unwarranted surveillance. No proactive patrolling, things such as park and walks. Encourage relationships, building with police in forums open to the general Brookline public. 3, assign the same group of officers to respond to BHA calls. While it's a credit to the Brookline Police Department that all sector officers are 100% crisis intervention trained, there's no guarantee that that training translates into good encounters with our residents. Given the demographics of our residents, CIT doesn't address systemic racism or bias that may exist with individual officers. Building relationships between a set group of police who respond to BHA incidents can benefit both police and residents. 4, create a mission statement identifying the goals and objectives of any future refocused program, conduct annual program evaluations. One of the problems of Walk and Talk has been when it was established, there were no goals and objectives or annual evaluations of it. And 5, implement program changes within 6 months. Thanks.
Bernard?
You know, we have officers, Tim Stevens, the Walk and Talk officer, and Casey Hatchett, who oversees the SRO. I think one of them ought to come up and give their views on this.
Would either of you like to speak?
Hi, so Tim Stevenson, Brookline Police Department. So I've been a police officer approximately 25 years here in Brookline. Of those 25 years, 17 of them I've spent as a walk and talk officer in the walk and talk unit. And as was just commented, in the 90s when the program was first started, before I got on the job, there was a problem with gangs, community service, policing was the code phrase of the decade. The program or the unit has changed with the times. We're not out there kicking down doors, taking names and kicking ass. We're out there walking around, we're getting to know the residents of the BHA community. We're out there, we're rubbing elbows with the kids, we're playing ball with them, we're talking with them. We're not spying on them, we're not looking at people's windows to see what they're doing in their living rooms or in their bedrooms. If we're walking around, we're walking around just to say hi to people. We're not sitting there, we're not grilling them for questions about what they're doing, why they're doing it, who they're doing it with. We're just interacting with them. We're trying to become part of the community to get to know them, and they get to know us. You know, it makes it when things do go bad, it makes it much better for everybody if they can put a name to the face, or at least recognize my face as being somewhere from around the neighborhood, or in their neighborhood. You know, we visit all the the family developments. We stop in at the elderly housing residences also. So we have relationships with the elderly folks, and we have relationships with the younger folks and the families. And we're there to help them, and I think most people tell you that have worked with us or know us will tell you that we're there to help them. We can get phone calls at 2 o'clock in the morning from families, from mothers who their child doesn't come home. You know, can you help me? What can I do? To, you know, them calling and say, hey, this real good thing happened in my life. So we get everything from every end of the spectrum. And it hurts me personally, having done this for 17 years, when people make statements that my mere presence makes a child feel criminalized. You know, it hurts me personally when I was just talking to a group of young men, Latin men and black men, young 20-something-year-old men, and they were like, Tim, I can't believe they're doing this. We love having you up here. We love being able to have a talk with a cop and not have to worry about something going bad or something being taken the wrong way. And as we just said, it benefits having the same officer respond to these calls, because people get to know you. And it cuts down from something bad happening. And I think it goes a long way when we're there. We're not there 8 hours a day sitting on Egmont Street, or 8 hours a day sitting up at 22 High Street or a High Street Vets. You know, we go, we visit for a little bit, we leave. So our presence is there, but we're not overstating our welcome. We're not like a bad house guest. We're the one you want to invite back again. We know when to leave. So, you know, I know people have said this, that, and the other thing about it, and a lot of it's been turned around. It's not what the program is, the unit is. We're there to help the people who live in the Brookline housing residences. We're not out there to hurt them, and we try and help them however we can. And I've known all these kids, like I said, I've been doing it for 17 years. Kids I knew this old, and now this old, and they're having their own kids. So it's generations now of families that I've been helping. So I think if you disband my unit, you're doing a disservice to the residents of Brookline housing and to the people of color that historically, everybody says the police and people of color, especially young people of color, have an issue with the police and vice versa. I think you're doing a disservice to them.
Thank you. Casey, did you want to speak?
I know you all have heard from me quite a bit, so I'll be brief. Again, my name's Casey Hatchett. I'm the sergeant in the Community Service Division that has the honor of overseeing our walk and talk, SRO programs, and other community-related programs. I've had some communications with Michael Alperin since I received this memorandum. You know, was hoping to have a conversation with him today to discuss you know, a transitional period if one needs to exist. And so there's some language in this memorandum which may not to, you know, he felt that maybe it wasn't something that the board was particularly aware of. You know, a statement, I think that's in here twice, it said, absent an emergency call, that Brookline police are not to be on Brookline Housing Authority property. And so our officers are, you know, assigned to liaison with Brookline housing, with managers, with residents, and, probably only 5 or 10% of what they do are actually responding to emergency calls like medicals or crimes and missing children. About 90% of what they do is community engagement. It's responding to calls from residents that are asking for them to come talk to them, come talk to their kid, help them, mitigate some type of, dispute maybe they're having with a neighbor, give them advice. And I just, without anything in place, I don't know what that means if you disband this unit tonight and tomorrow a resident calls Tim on his cell phone, which happens all the time, or calls, our dispatch and says, can you send the walk and talk over? I want to talk to them. We don't have anything in place. At, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the housing authority managers go home. There's no staff available. And that's why these officers work the evening shift, so that they're an additional resource, an additional resource for them, for residents, if they choose to call them. They're not surveying the properties. There's this, myth, and I hope you all read the frequently asked questions sheet that we worked on, Bernard and myself, and, with our walk and talk unit that helped explain what the day in the life of an SRO, a walk and talk and an SRO officer look like, and, what their day is. They're not walking through the properties with a billy club hitting on doors. They really respond when they're called there by either the staff or by residents. They'll drive through, they'll stop, they'll talk, like that's the walk and the talk. They'll pull up and talk to some kids. Hey, how you doing? They don't force themselves on that. They don't force these interactions. And, being able to establish relationships with residents in good times is what helps be able to work through problems in the hard times, right? Emergencies don't start as emergencies. I think Bernard said it last night really poignantly. If we can have relationships with residents that are notoriously or historically fearful or leery of police, are untrusting, and we can have them establish relationships with Tim on the basketball court, it builds a better relationship for the police and the community, and it builds better resiliency for the community and a better opportunity for us to be able to help residents when something happens, an emergency, some type of tragedy, some type of, whether that's a medical or a car accident, or, they're a victim of a crime and feel like they can call the police. And so I do honestly feel that it would be a grave disservice to residents that choose to rely on walk and talk for a variety of services, whether you feel that the police should be providing those or not. Currently, there's nothing in place to step in at 4 o'clock in the evening when they may call looking for services. And, I've had the pleasure of watching these officers and their interactions with residents, and it's pretty powerful. And, we didn't bring all the residents forward to, share their personal stories, and kind of, it felt exploitive to say, hey, can you come talk about when we helped you with that really difficult period that you were, struggling with, and what Walk and Talk did to, help get you through that. That didn't feel good, and so, sorry we didn't have more specific stories and, residents to bring forward. It didn't feel good, and we were hoping that the work the officers do would stand on its own, and you would see the value of that. So thank you for all the time that you've spent looking at these programs. I do hope that you'll take under consideration the needs of the residents that do look for them, and in your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I open it up to other board members, there's one thing that Mike Jacobs brought up that bothers me, and I hope the chief might be able to address this. Operationally, would we be able to assign specific officers to respond if we vote to get rid of this program? It kind of seems like that would be a challenge.
That's what the Walk and Talk program is. That's why it was created, as far as to have the same officers in the same neighborhoods. I just want to address one thing while I'm up here, is that I was there at the formation of the Walk and Talk program, and as the gentleman from the Housing Authority stated, it was a different time. And there was a lot more crime, a lot more interaction, as far as on a criminal nature, in some other developments. The Walk and Talk was started with the role of not being involved in this. They were, from the get-go, were there to mentor the children. If they had to make an arrest, it was basically, to tell another police officer, there's a warrant on Joe Jones, okay, you need to go and arrest. We don't want to do it. Because we wanted to keep that safety net that officers, could be talked to by residents confidentially, and that would foster the relationships. So from 30 years ago, that's how it was started up. Yes, we didn't have goals and objectives put in place at that time. That's, I guess, an oversight. It wasn't one of those things that you did back then, but it was a program that had good intentions back then and earnest. There's a lot of misinformation. I've had people call me about say the Walk and Talk officers out there doing surveillance at 2 o'clock in the morning. I saw their crews out there. They don't work at 2 o'clock in the morning. I know some of the people as the development on Egmont and Dummer Street, they may have over surveillance from the BU Police Department, who has a lot of property down there and goes back and forth, and their cruisers look very similar to ours, and that may be as far as what contributes to maybe the impression that we're over supervising. As I said, they go from place to place to place to place and interact with different people and try to problem solve. Usually have an itinerary to do that. So to go back to answer your question, Madam Chair, it'd be difficult to assign the same person in the same route on the same day. We try to assign people and keep some continuity, but with, days off, with scheduling things as vacation time, sick time, whatever, and, possibly manpower issues, it's tough to do that. But that is one of the things we like to do, but we can't promise to do that all the time.
Thank you. Now I will open it up to board members if you have any questions or if you just want to make comments based on the information that we've been given over these past, really almost 12 months.
Yeah.
Bernard.
The Policing Reform Committee actually voted a motion, and I lost it because one of the things, here it is. One of the advantages of Zoom is my den is a lot more organized than this desk. But we passed a motion that sort of reflected or observed that both the Housing Authority memorandum and the draft memorandum from the school committee were sort of cagey in terms of what they really wanted to do. They said they want to get rid of the walk and talk and the SRO, but they still wanted to have something in place. It's as if, they wanted to have your cake and eat it too or something. So what we said was that we urged the select board not to abolish either program and await further input from the Housing Authority, superintendent, and school committee to provide recommendations on what positive aspects of the program should be maintained and are developed. So I think that, that's really the right approach. I mean, even the school committee in their memo, where they start off by saying, in the program, end up at the end talking about additional process and what needs to be done to create something to replace the program. Because you can't end the program, right, unless you're going to hire people, for example, licensed social workers who are ready 24/7 to respond to calls from administrators or teachers when a child may be in crisis, for example. You can't get rid of the program without having a plan for who does the traffic controls at the intersections, who does the details at school parties and dances. You can pay for that, but, the SRO does it for free, as I understand. So, I think, the real, what we ought to do is just tell them to come back with a real plan, not just to end it, but to give us a plan for what comes next. Because if we end it tonight, 12:01, Wednesday, June 16, you have a problem, potential problem. I'm sure the police would come and respond to an emergency anyway, despite the fact that you're running them away. But still, you have a problem tomorrow at 12:01 a.m. And, I think the better course is to say, come back to us, presumably before school starts, with a plan, a real plan. How are you going to replace the work that the SROs do in terms of diversion, for example, of kids from the criminal justice system? What is your plan to doing that? What is your plan for all the other things that they do that really can't be done by a cop who's called in from the sector in an emergency, or things that really can't be done by teachers because teachers don't have the experience in, for example, sexting crimes or predator targeting of kids that police have because they prosecute or because they investigate and prosecute those crimes. So, we need a plan, not just talk, but a plan before we take any action, any drastic action to eliminate this program. And that's what the Reforms Committee asked. And I think that's a good idea. There's just so many things that you haven't answered. For example, what happens if an officer trespasses on Brookline Housing Authority property? What are you going to do about it? right? What are the areas that you consider your property that police can't move on to? I mean, there are all these questions that, really need to be answered in a serious manner that I think we need to, just give them an opportunity to do, but not just sort of throw the two programs off the cliff right now and hope that on Wednesday, nothing happens.
Miriam.
Thank you. So here's what I heard. I heard very clearly a vote of 8-0 to 0 to end the SRO program as a recommendation by the school committee. And here's what I really heard, the why. Why do we have to end that program? Because it disproportionately negatively affects BIPOC students. Here's what I heard from the Brookline Housing Authority. The majority, we didn't get a vote count as I recall, but the majority of the committee wants some end to the walk and talk program. Why? Because it disproportionately negatively affects people of color. I can't get past that. I can't say, okay, we should keep these and figure this out later. Because those impacts are happening now. Those impacts have been happening for the last 2019 and 17 years. I will say this about the SRO program. There are 4.5 days left in the school year. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, kids do the darndest thing.
4.5 days. And I'll tell you what, if something requiring a police presence happens in the next 4.5 days, I sure as hell hope the police come when they're called. But they don't need to be there. Their presence doesn't need to be there. I have no doubt they'll come when they're called. And frankly, the same thing will happen in the Housing Authority. If they are called, they will come because they are professionals and they will do their job. I don't think we should be conflating what is the core purpose of policing with these programs. And it really, as the parent of 2 kids of color, frankly, currently in the Brookline public school system, I think it's really important we listen to the students. And if the students are telling us, 600 students, we should be listening to them. So I feel very strongly we should take action today. And I feel also very strongly that our police department is professional and will respond at 12:01 a.m. Wednesday morning if there's a call for their need. Thank you.
And John.
How much time do I have?
I'll give you 3 minutes.
Oh, geez, that's such a short amount of time. So I'm really glad that the 2 groups, the reform group and the task force, looked at these programs. They were long overdue for examination. I'm really glad that we waited for the school committee and the housing authority to themselves weigh in, and I give enormous deference to the housing authority and the school department, the school committee, as to the future of these programs. Having said that, I listened to the meetings that in question, where these topics were discussed and votes were taken, and with all due respect, I think you reached the wrong conclusions. And I think it's not enough to say the school committee voted 8-0. You have to have been there. You have to have listened to the discussion, and you have to have heard the subtleties behind that vote. This phrase that you'll hear repeated over and over again, the students don't feel any safer because the police are there, is based on the most flawed of surveys, called for as a rush job, poorly worded questions, perfect example of what I'm talking about. The question, agree or disagree, I feel safer because of the school resource officer. And so you get a majority who say they disagree with that statement. And then it gets reported, they told us the police officers make them feel unsafe. That isn't what the question asked. And what they also don't tell you is most of the students said they weren't even aware of the school resource officer. And so we're supposed to believe that a program that most students weren't even aware of is onerous because it makes them feel under surveillance or watched all the time. If that's how it makes them feel, how come most of them said they weren't even aware of the program? So there is really not the basis in survey work to make the kind of blanket statements about what we know about students. Now let's take the surveys at their face value. David, would you agree that there is a clear distinction between middle school responses and high school responses?
There was, yes. However, I would also note that our sample size for middle school was much smaller.
But what was the difference?
It was significant. So I believe it was 72% of middle schoolers. Let me find the exact data point here. 72% of middle school students who knew about SROs in their school buildings, that was a total of 39, agreed or strongly disagreed, agreed or strongly agreed that SROs make them feel safer.
Say that again, please. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like a lawyer in a courtroom or something. I wasn't sure I heard it.
72%.
72%, thank you. I didn't mean to make you repeat the whole thing.
Okay.
Does that sound like students have clearly stated that these SROs make them feel unsafe? That's the middle school population of Brookline. That's a huge population. I know it's a flawed survey, but if you're going to say it's a flawed survey, in that instance, then you've got to say it's a flawed survey in terms of the high school results, okay? So the survey is very questionable. What did school leadership say about the SRO program?
School leadership was mixed. So a majority of them said that they support the program overall. They had some specific recommendations about
Okay.
ways that they would want to reform it.
Thank you, David. I like David a lot, and he's giving very honest answers to these questions. I also heard you say that you've asked central administration to come back to you with a sort of a response to removing the program from the schools. So what do we replace it with? Who are you referring to in terms of central administration? Because you are just losing your current interim superintendent, but your new superintendent hasn't taken on the responsibilities yet.
He has been, our incoming superintendent has been involved in a lot of these discussions, so he is already working on this. And then also we have other central office staff, including the administrators who developed this survey. They're beginning to work on it.
He's working on the replacement. Was it his idea to remove the SROs from the schools, given that he's the new superintendent in charge of schools?
It was not his idea, no.
Okay. So the school committee, by its own reporting, one of the major strikes against that program was that the school committee didn't, by their testimony, weren't even aware of it. They were caught off guard when all of a sudden these questions were being asked about a program that they had never voted on. So they kind of have a problem continuing it because they were never consulted when it was implemented. And yet now you're talking about taking it out of the schools, even though a significant number of school leaders want to keep it. So they're not really being consulted, or they're not being heeded in this. So, you know, as I say, I defer to the school committee. I defer to the BHA. I will not vote in agreement with the decision you've reached. I will not. What do you find funny about that?
Well, hold on.
I said they get to make the decision. I don't have to agree with it.
John.
And I do not agree with it.
You've made your position pretty clear. David, was there something that you wanted to say? I sensed that you wanted to say something in response.
Yes, just on the point about 70% of the students not even knowing about SROs, that actually plays in even further to the idea that the purpose of the SRO program, or one of the stated purposes, is not being served by the program. If the idea is for police officers to be seen in a more positive light and providing support services to our students, and 70% of our students don't even know they're there, then are they really benefiting from the program? So that actually was a factor that led in part to this recommendation.
And that's a very good point.
That we want to
Well,
look.
wait a minute, I mean,
Hold on.
That's not a good point.
David has the floor right now, and then raise your hand and I will call on you.
That's why we would like to look more comprehensively as to how we can best advance the goals that have been stated as the reason behind the SRO program.
So Miriam had let me know that she wanted to say something, and then Bernard, if you want to jump in after Miriam.
Yeah.
David, I have a follow-up question for you. Thank you. The middle school students that reported that they felt safer with the SROs, what percentage of those students were students of color?
It's a good thing he's a lawyer.
I would have to double check that information. I don't think I have that in our position statement. However, across the board, students of color, whether they were in middle school or high school, expressed that they did not feel safer. Also, I do want to address, if I may, the question regarding whether the opposite of not feeling safer is feeling unsafe. We did try to craft this statement in such a way to be accurate with what was actually stated. And even if we don't know for sure that students do not feel less safe, if they say that they disagree with the statement about feeling safer, the facts that they're saying they disagree with feeling safer, once again, tells us that perhaps the SRO program is not the best program to fulfill the goals that have been stated.
So Bernard,
Yeah.
did you want to jump in?
Yeah, just two things. So 70% of the kids don't know that the SRO program exists, which may mean that 70% of the kids don't need the type of services the SRO program is providing, but those 30% do need the services. I think that's a significant fact. Secondly, in terms of the questions, you go to particularly a black child, male child, and you say, do you feel safe, or let's say, do you feel safe with the SROs around? By asking the question, you're telling that person what the answer is to a significant degree, by raising the issue of not feeling safe around SROs. I think that's sort of a common problem with doing surveys, and I think that that is an example of why you can't really rely on these type of survey questions to destroy an entire program that has incredible benefits to your students, particularly black students and other students of color, to just end the program.
Do you have any response to that, David? Otherwise, I have a quick question, I think.
Go ahead for your question.
So I think John alluded to this, that there are members of the administration that don't want to see the program ended. But I saw you kind of furrow your brow, so I didn't know if there was anything more, going on between the school committee and the top administration about this topic.
May I clarify just one thing? Because I didn't mean to mislead anybody. I'm referring both to school leadership, the 8, K-8 schools, leadership at the high school, and then the question about central administration as well. But I was very definitely referring to school leadership and their views of this.
So we have consulted with all of our K-8 principals as well as the high school principal, and while a majority support elements of the SRO program, there are other elements that they oppose and would like to see reformed. As to whether they're weighing in of eliminate it or not eliminate it, they did not go to that step. But they have said that there are aspects of it that they would want to reform.
Raul.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you to you both for being here, and I've been grimacing over here as I've been, frankly, and others will disagree, I'm sure, but I think you've been treated in a way that is not, I think, up to the standards of this board in the questioning that you've gotten here. Folks are welcome to disagree with your conclusions, certainly, but we ask you to do a thing. You don't work for us. Neither one of you work for us. You are wholly independent representatives of wholly independent bodies who also have a major frankly, more of a stake, not a major stake, more of a stake in what's happening in the schools and what's happening in the housing authority than the members of this board. Okay? With the exception of anyone on this board who lives in public housing or those who have kids in the schools right now. Okay? Okay. I did attend the meetings, virtually, of course, and watched it. I think the reason that we had you both here is so we didn't have to guess what the school committee or the Board of Commissioners thought about these issues. So we wouldn't have that conversation about, well, I watched the meetings and I think you were saying this. We have 2 letters. We have letters from both of you that express the opinions of your boards, and we have you here in person to express the opinions of your boards. I think it's clear what I'm seeing here. I think Miriam addressed it quite well earlier. Now, again, folks can disagree with what these boards, the conclusion they've reached, but I think it's pretty clear the conclusion they've reached. Let me just take these just one by one. And let me also say this before let me take these one by one first. On the school committee side, it is clear in the letter. You read the top line and then you go down and it says, the school committee believes that a combination of educators, guidance counselors, mental health professionals, and public health experts would better serve many of the objectives identified as purposes of the SRO program, albeit not necessarily to the exclusion of police officers and other professionals who would provide support as guest speakers and mentors upon student request. Let's not lose sight of the fact that police officers have been sent into schools to build relationships with students without the consent of their parents. Okay? Who send their kids to public school to get an education, and the expectation is they're going to engage with teachers and administrators and social workers and guidance counselors. And maybe I'm missing another element of our that's not captured in those categories. But certainly not that they're going to build relationships with police officers, okay? That is not an expectation. Certainly it won't be when I send my kid to the public schools of Brookline. That's not an expectation that I have. An expectation that they're there to be educated and that those folks are responsible for that education. On the housing authority piece, we heard something very similar. And I think, again, Miriam explained it really well. Now, what I will say is there's a piece of this where it's, essentially, as I read it, we want the talk but not the walk. What I don't want to see is a contingent of officers that are highly trained to best engage with community members, but only those officers. That should be all of our officers. If there's some special secret sauce that's happening in this program, I'm not sure why it's not being spread across the entire department. Okay? Like, that makes no sense to me to say these are the officers that are really good at this and the rest, I don't know, right? They're okay, but these are the officers that are really good at this. If we want to maintain elements of these programs, well, let's make sure that all officers can capably talk to anyone they encounter. The other piece that's been lost in this again is that there's, to date, no, in my mind, good reason why only folks in public housing are getting this kind of police attention. Why only folks in public housing are getting this kind of police attention. Anyway, we've talked about it ad nauseum, I think. Let me just end by saying this. There was a public process. There was a committee and a task force that were created. Public hearings were held. Right? They reached different conclusions. This board, however, heard from the public. At every public hearing, the vast majority of people who spoke and the vast majority of people that emailed this board asked them to end these 2 programs. And many of those people that spoke said, I don't have a problem with any of the individuals that we're talking about here. And these should not be discussions about individuals. This is about policy. This is about practice. This is not about individuals. There may come a day where the leadership of this community transitions to some other form of government. It should not be seen as an indictment of Miriam or Heather or Raul or anybody else on this board, right? It's about policy. It's about transitioning. It's about growing. And this is an area right here where we've received clear communication from the public, right? And of course there are others that say, no, I like this program, please keep it. But you all know that the vast majority of people that have spoken to us have told us to end these programs. You know that. And now we have a unanimous school committee, and I think there was a 4-1 vote, if I'm right, Michael, of the BHA commissioners. The folks that are closest to this issue, the folks that were elected by the members of this community to make sure that they pay close attention to this issue, much closer than the select board, that have asked us to do the exact same thing. The messages coming to this board are consistent. If folks decide to vote in some other direction, everybody gets an opportunity to vote however they want. But the messages we've received are consistent on this. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Bernard, and then I would like an opportunity to speak myself.
You know, Raul, you many times said that the vast majority of people who came to our hearings, who sent emails, voted X way, on the SRO program, the walk and talk program, and other things. That may be true, but we have to look at what is, in our view, in our judgment, the right approach to take, because it's very easy, as you well know, to mobilize people to come to a meeting and express one point of view, and especially in this town, to sort of disincentivize the vast majority of other people from expressing a point of view. Who would come up here and argue in favor of the walk and talk program after some of the discussions we've had, of course, on Zoom, about this program and other things? I think that's what I'm looking at. The people who have been intimidated from expressing their view, or people who just have other things to do in their lives than come to a select board meeting day after day and engage in these issues. Now, of course, the people who do come, we have to give we have to listen to them, because they went out of their way to do something that other people are not doing. But the bottom line, the buck stops at our judgment, and that's where we have to make our decisions from.
So maybe this was my own failure. I did not contemplate that when we take a vote to end the SRO or walk and talk program, that it would be like a 12:01 the next day kind of thing. So at least from my position, if I'm going to entertain voting to dissolve SROs, I would like it to at least finish out the school year and for us to come up with some sort of, transition period. But they would not then, okay, I see David.
If I may, I
Yeah.
do have an explanation from the Office of Town Council about the specific logistics of how that would work.
That would be very
I'd be
helpful.
happy to share it with you.
You may approach.
Could you read it?
Mr. Perlman, I write in response to your inquiry regarding the SRO program. 1, does the MOA need to be affirmatively rescinded? Section 8B of the MOA states that it, quote, remains in full force and effect until amended or rescinded by the parties, close quote. As such, the agreement must be rescinded. A, by whom? As one of the parties to the MOA, the superintendent is responsible for rescinding, especially given the recent update to the police reform law that I will address next. 2, does the superintendent have sole discretion in determining whether a school district utilizes SROs? The police reform law, on its face, appears to grant the superintendent sole discretion on the issue of SROs. Specifically, the law conditions SRO assignment on the superintendent's request to the chief of police. As you know, at least one SRO assignment was previously mandated by state law. However, MGL Chapter 71, Section 59 provides that superintendents, quote, shall manage the system in a fashion consistent with policy determinations of that school committee, close quote. Generally, school committees are responsible, by law, for establishing school district policies. As such, it is my opinion that the school committee's vote binds the superintendent. I hope this adequately answers your questions. Please let me know if there's anything else you wish for me to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'll just respond just
Sure.
briefly. there are two parties to this agreement. There's the superintendent, which certainly could withdraw, and then there's us, the police commissioners, through our chief of police, that can vote to withdraw from this agreement too. So I don't know that, that both parties would have to agree to withdraw, or that only the superintendent could. I think the question was coming from you, from the school committee side, asking this question on the school side, but I didn't hear anything that would prohibit us as police commissioners from deciding to end our role in this program.
Yes, that is correct. And there is technically a third party as well, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Interesting. Well, I've made my position kind of clear. There are 4 days left in the school year. So I'm just putting that out there. So I am going to defer to the school committee. We did ask for them to contemplate this. There have been many opportunities for people to provide public comment, and so the school committee gave us a decision, and
Can we vote on the motion of the Policing Reform Committee?
we can certainly do that before we take up
Just for the
any
record.
other. Yep, we can certainly do that. As to the question of walk and talk program, my biggest sticking point is that it is targeting a certain population based on where they live. And I have major hangups about that. I think it does serve a purpose. I think there are people in BHA that do like the officers and do like the interaction and are helped. But I would actually like us to look at this program, retool it, and refocus it on our senior population. So Chief Morgan, could you come up, and I'm just going to ask you maybe 1 or 2 questions about what that could possibly look like, if the board members would indulge me. Because I think to Bernard's point, there were people that reached out to us individually that didn't feel comfortable speaking in public at one of our meetings. And I heard from a number of people who were over a certain age that really do find great benefit in the walk and talk program. And I started to think, maybe we have it wrong, like who we're trying to help. What would it look like if we were to refocus this program on our senior population in Brookline?
Well, first of all, let me say this, it's kind of coming on the day-to-day activities of the police department and the management of the police personnel. I could envision seeing, as far as the senior, not just senior housing, but senior development, having a role to play due to a lot of issues we have with, that our CIT trained officers deal with, hoarding issues, fraud issues, as far as on the internet, or people being a vulnerable population as far as being targeted, some home health care aides like that, use their access to the house and to their finances to do stuff. So there's definitely a role for us to have, but I think as far as just coming up here today, I would have to, research is what, a little bit more, just decide what we're gonna do with the officers. I mean, as you can see the difference between myself and Officer Stephen and walk and talk. He's in a soft uniform, makes him more approachable than I have this uniform. We have different uniforms with different roles. And then, as to answer Dr. Fernandez's thing, there are some officers that are better suited doing interacting with people. Some are introverts, some are extroverts. Some people like to go up and shake hands and talk. Other people just like to do their job. So you have to find who fits the right role for a job, who wants to work in a senior housing, who would be best suited for doing that, and also how we would, manage the hours, what development's going to reach out with, probably Jewish Senior Life, reach out to them, their residential housing that they have. There's can't really develop a program on the fly up here tonight, but it's something I would definitely be interested in facilitating and marshaling it in some form.
So I know I'm springing this on both the chief and my other select board members. Bernard, if you want to say something, and then
Yeah, no, I
I'd
was
like
just
to
gonna
give
ask,
everybody an opportunity to respond.
It seems to me that you have a unit probably of detectives that deal with the fraud type threats that seniors face, and other things like that, scams by healthcare workers, et cetera. I mean, that's not a walk and talk type program. That's just the detectives doing their jobs as these crimes are committed, and they respond to them. I mean, so I'm not sure I understand, what it would mean to refocus the walk and talk program onto the seniors. The walk and talk is really, to get to know people in the housing authority buildings, and from that, work on relationships that can really avoid a lot of problems. May not, have gangs and drugs now, but, maybe it's because those officers averted a lot of problems that would otherwise exist. Because, those problems haven't gone away even here in Brookline. So
I
I'm not
hear
sure I
you.
understand.
I'm about to call on Miriam. I'll just say, this is hopefully something we would then ask the chief to come back to us with something a little more fleshed out. Miriam?
I'm just going to say, to me, that's the definition of reimagining, right? Is how can we take something that, has some purpose and reimagine it so that it has full purpose. So I think it's a great idea. I think that's thinking out of the box. I think it's really important that it come to the forefront that there is a real problem with the fact that this one population is targeted out of all of Brookline.
So John, Raul, and then Mike Jacobs, I think, I'm recognizing you after I hear from my select board members.
With all respect, I have to object to the use of the word over and over, targeted.
Targeted, right.
Targeted.
And surveillance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, does it never occur to
object.
people, does it never occur?
I'm going to keep using it.
Who has heard of the Mother's March for Peace, Mother's Day March for Peace? And who knows what it's about? It's about underserved minority communities marching in order to get more attention for the crimes that are committed in their neighborhoods and more follow-up from police departments who they felt were not properly following up on homicides in their community, were not responding to calls from their community, and they fought for years, and they continue to fight for more policing and more attention and community policing. So to say every time that the police are present in a minority community, it's because they're targeting the minority community is just unfair, and it is not accurate. And I think we have to be able to admit that sometimes there are people who want policing, and one of them was here tonight, and they never seem to be heard. Sean O'Neill spoke very clearly about her attitudes towards policing. If she asks tomorrow the leadership of the BHA, I would like to have a visit from one of the Brookline police officers just to talk to that officer. Mike, are you going to say, I'm sorry, they're not allowed on BHA property?
Hold on. I'm going to give Raul an opportunity to speak, and then Mike can choose to address that question or not.
I mean, I was curious to hear from Mike, frankly. I'll just say briefly before we do, we knew that. We knew that there were folks that found benefit in the program. And we also knew, or it seems we're very willing to believe those folks, but for some reason not willing to believe the folks that say they feel targeted and surveilled. Because those are words that we've heard in our work as a task force, certainly. I know you've been at those meetings, right? And so this is not about everyone feels this way or everyone feels that way. We know that there are folks in these communities, the school community, as well as in the housing authority community, who feel targeted and surveilled. But I just, you can't wipe it away. You can't wish it away. It exists, and that is something that we have to take very seriously. I'm not sure what I think yet about this, because it depends on it depends on a whole bunch of stuff. It depends on the details, frankly. And one of the things that I thought, and maybe Mike can you don't need a response to this either, but one of the things that I thought when I got the BHA memo is, I'm not going to vote to pay officers to coach sports and be at barbecues, right? Like if that, anymore, that, you know, that's not police work. I'm sorry. And maybe there's a different vision of police work that others believe in, and we're of different minds on this, and that's okay. But certainly, as someone, you know, who has 1 of 5 votes on this board, that's not how I think we should spend precious municipal funds. I just don't. And if there is a need to better engage with folks in the housing authority, and to support the good work of the BHA commissioners, then there are other folks, and we are now on the way of figuring out through this Brookline Forward proposal and you know, a lot of, you know, consulting that we're engaging in. We're on the way to figuring out how to do that without asking police officers who, even what we saw from many of the responses to the survey of police officers, is work that has been put on their plate because no one else was there doing it. We're addressing that issue. I'm gonna stop there.
Mike.
A couple of comments.
Mhm.
I don't know how you could look at our memo and say that we ever thought about banning police officers from the developments. I think we were simply stating that residents of color felt stigmatized by surveillance. I think there's a vast difference between the two. So that's one. Two, we were, in terms of our memo, we were looking at the website of the Walk and Talk, which talks about that already as something that's funded by the police department role. So we weren't looking for any sort of additional funding for those activities. Those are activities that the Walk and Talk are supposedly doing right now. So we're saying fantastic. If those are things that are done and those are benefiting our residents, that's great. One bit of complexity, though, to Heather's proposal, which is we have at least one development with a mixed senior family population, and two, in a lot of our family developments, families have aged. So there are seniors, a lot of them have significant seniors in those developments. So depending on how you define what that senior program is, we could be back to the issues we're dealing with tonight. So it could turn out to be a great idea, but there's some real complexity to what that program could be.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, a clarifying question, too.
Miriam first, and then Bernard.
Just quickly, are you talking about seniors in general across Brookline, not just at BHA?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Jay, because I have to challenge something you just said, and it's related to the testimony or the comment by Ms. O'Neill. In your memo, you say, going forward, walking around BHA properties without responding to an emergency call or hosting a community event should no longer occur. I mean, so if she calls, you have to tell her something, right? And based on this memo, that something would be, you know, they can't come onto our property.
I don't think the goal was to say you're not trespassing. The goal was to say that we're looking for police response, and maybe it was not worded correctly, but I think the clear goal was to say we want you to respond as opposed to surveil. So,
but what is surveil? I mean, keeping their eyes and ears open?
I think actually, if you look in the question and answer memo that was handed out, it actually really talks about what that is. It talks about park and walk, I think it is, where one comes into the development, into the courtyard. While someone might not define that as surveillance, I think a resident might look at that and say that's surveillance. So that, to me, is what many residents might define as surveillance.
It depends on what the resident is doing. I mean, many residents would say, thanks for coming in because someone stole some packages off my doorstep.
I think the point is there's a group of residents, particularly residents of color, who view that as surveillance.
And a lot of residents of color who are concerned about crime that is targeting them by criminals, and want some, not surveillance, but some activity on the part of the police to control it. I mean.
So hold on, I'm going to jump in here.
I mean, I'm concerned that we're viewing people of color just through the eyes, through one set of eyes, and not seeing that, people of color have a lot of different interests and a lot of different concerns.
I agree, but you're making it seem that your perception is that crime in public housing is worse than the rest
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
town.
We have
Hold on.
packages stole all over the
Okay,
place.
I'm invoking chair privilege. It is 8 PM, and we have some small business owners that have been waiting very patiently, and I do apologize. This is a very important conversation that our community has been building up to, so I really appreciate your understanding. We're not all going to agree. One of the things that I do like about our form of government, at least at this moment, is that there are at least 5 different voices at this table, and we're not going to agree. But I think we owe it to the community to vote tonight and see where the chips fall. I do want for us to at least explore refocusing the walk and talk towards our senior population. I think we are now better able to understand how people can feel a negative presence, and maybe that will make a better program. I also am uncomfortable laying off any police officers since we have such a shortage. But I think that we need to vote the first step regarding at least SROs and also walk and talk. And then we have started a conversation tonight, well, it's been ongoing for a number of months about the future of policing in Brookline. And we will continue to adapt. Chief, would you like to say one last thing?
I'd just like to say one thing as far as, I haven't read that Housing Authority memo, but if it's as written, as was stated, that the police can't go into Housing Authority property except for emergency calls, that is very troubling, because you're gonna get less policing, and we can't, and the rest of the residents, are gonna be disparate treatment in that way, that we can't, if there is a suspicious person that's walking down, and we think like stealing packages, and they go into that area, we have to cease observation of them. So I'd be very troubled if the language states that the police officers are going to get any less services than the rest of the community, and that we should still be able to do regular police operations in those environments.
I hear you. We have the chair of the Brookline Housing Authority, and maybe, Mike, you can send a follow-up memo that clarifies what you
I
mean.
will clarify that. I will clarify that language, okay.
Okay.
Can we vote on the?
Yes,
motion? Okay.
we
You
will
can be
vote
quick, by the
on,
way. Don't
and
need to-
Mel, can I borrow that from you right there? Okay, thank you. Okay,
Oh, you
so.
have the language?
Yes, so we're going to vote on the language that the Police Reforms Committee voted on first. And then if that fails, we will move on to other language that I think I need to come up with. Okay. In light of the fact that both the Brookline Housing Authority and School Committee have recognized positive aspects of the Walk and Talk and School Resource Officer programs and would like to see specific changes, the Committee on Policing Reforms moves to urge the Select Board not to abolish either program and await further input from the Brookline Housing Authority, the Superintendent, and School Committee to provide recommendations on what positive aspects of the programs should be maintained and/or developed. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
No.
John.
Aye, and may I make a comment quickly?
Sure.
Simply to say, I think we could conceivably vote yes on this and vote yes on a proposal to focus on serving senior citizens. I don't think they're inconsistent with one another.
Hold that thought.
Yes.
Let's dispense with this.
Aye.
Miriam.
No.
The chair votes no. So to your point, John, I'm a little nervous because, I have waited until tonight to really talk about the senior thing. I don't think it's mature enough for us to put it in the vote, but what are your thoughts?
Well, to be clear, I didn't intend the comment as you took it. I intended it as encouragement to you to vote yes on Bernard's motion, and then to propose your motion, consistent with asking both bodies to further examine this and come back with some further, further specifics as to what they think should replace these two programs, with the guidance from the subsequent vote, that with a special focus on whether the walk and talk can be oriented towards senior citizens in public housing.
Raul.
Yeah. I would like to, first of all, split the two, have two different votes, one on the SRO program, one on the walk and talk program, and provide some clarity here. And then, also, my motion would be to accept the recommendation of the school committee and separately the recommendation of the BHA commissioners. And if folks would like to make an amendment to that in some way, shape, or form, or condition it on, us exploring alternatives related to your proposal around retasking officers to build relationships with seniors across Brookline, then I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay. Miriam, do you want to say anything?
No.
Okay. I would like to make that friendly amendment. So we can take the SRO unit first, and then what I would like to do is attach a friendly amendment to the walk and talk. Bless you. And so Chief Morgan, you will have your work cut out for you to try to come up with a reimagined program that has seniors across Brookline in mind. I will make whatever staff available to you. So just let us know the resources that you need. Okay.
I'll say my thought.
Okay. So we will take the SRO first. Okay.
I'd like to propose an amendment
Sure.
to whatever it is we're voting on.
So right now, the motion is to adopt the recommendation based on the school committee's memo.
Okay.
I heard the word accept, excuse me.
Accept.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My amendment is that following up on the last sentence in the memo with respect to the school committee asking the administration to provide information to help plan the next phase of the studies, that the school committee be requested to provide a plan before the opening of school responsive to this sentence.
David, do you have any thoughts on that?
I can't speak on behalf of the incoming superintendent, but I would presume that we would want to have a plan in place by the start of the school year, certainly. I would also just add that ending the SRO program would not mean we sever all ties with the police department. When we ended the DARE program, that did not end all ties with the police department. Programs have come and go. Our relationship with the police has endured, and it still will. This is specific to a particular program, and we will be actively working toward ensuring that we have the proper supports in place for our students by fall.
Just thinking, we do have 4 days left in the school year. Are there any objections to ending this program after the current school year concludes?
You mean just adding a friendly amendment that it ends in 5 days?
Correct.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, is that a separate amendment? So, which one gets voted on first?
Let's vote on that first, and then we will take the SRO issue. Okay. So the motion is to add language that the SRO program will end after the completion of the current calendar, or the current school year.
Upon the completion, after could be any time.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay, upon the completion. Bernard?
Okay, I have to vote no on that one.
Okay. Raul?
Aye.
John?
No.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So the main motion now is accepting the school committee's
Well, what about my
recommendation.
motion
Yeah.
to require that
Bernard's amendment.
the school
Okay.
committee, or to request the school committee come back with a plan, a detailed plan on how they're going to replace the SRO program as they've outlined in their memo.
Okay, we will take
It's
that.
the last paragraph, actually.
The language that Bernard just read, requiring the school committee to come back with a plan.
And just to be clear, you've already indicated that you're already going to do this.
We just want to give you some incentive.
Bernard.
I mean, just
Yes.
Oh,
Well, I
sorry.
mean-
Sorry.
I wasn't ready for the vote. No, just to say, again, they don't work for us, right?
Yeah.
So they we don't work for them, they don't work for us. They provided us with a recommendation. I think we're providing them with a
They
recommendation.
don't
Let-
work for us, but they're asking.
We can vote the way that we want to vote.
Right,
I'm calling the vote. So Bernard just said yes. Raul?
On this, I can, I'm going to say no.
John?
Yes.
Miriam?
This is hard because I don't want to tell the superintendent how to do his job as he comes into this new position. So I'm going to go with no.
And I will vote yes, just because I want to see David again. Okay. So I don't think it's bad to have the school committee come before us from time to time so that we can have a conversation.
It's a soft no, as we say.
Okay.
And, this has significant budget consequences, and, I think we have a right to, ask them to explain to us, what's going to happen and what the budget impact's going to be,
Okay.
among other things.
So the main motion now is accepting the recommendation that the school committee provided to us in their memo,
As amended.
as amended, yes. Bernard?
Oh, God. I'll say, no, I have to say no.
Okay. Raul?
Aye.
John?
Oh, boy. Well, I was in favor of the amendment, but I'm going to go with Bernard and say no, because I do think that the recommendation that came to us needs work.
Okay. Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. So the next item is the walk and talk program. So the amendment is for the chief to work with whatever staff he needs to come up with a program that focuses on our senior population, all of Brookline, not just limited to BHA properties.
This is not us voting to create that program,
Right.
but
Just
to
to
direct the
look-
chief to come back to us with a
Yes.
proposal that we'll later vote on.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
this is
let's
an
take that
amendment to the
first.
acceptance of the BHA's
Memo.
memo.
So I'm just putting, I'm gonna separate the two out, because I think it's cleaner. So right now, it's just, we're directing the chief of police to come back to us with a refocused program on seniors.
In that case, I would say we
Townwide.
should switch the votes and vote on the walk and talk program first, and then vote.
I
the
see,
second, yeah.
I see. Okay, so let's take up walk and talk. John?
I sense a problem with voting to accept the BHA memo, because we just heard the chair of the BHA board say he was going to reword the memo.
Well, he's clarifying a sentence
It's
that I
pretty
think.
big clarification, right?
Yes, but I don't think those words would change their vote on how they voted.
Are we accepting something that subsequently is going to be reworded and no longer what we accept?
I doubt that very much.
No.
He has said at least twice that they are not going to fight the police department from responding to calls or doing normal course of business activities. This is specifically about the walk and talk
Right.
program.
I heard him say it. I also heard the words in the memo, which we're voting to accept now, which are the opposite of it. So
Okay.
I'm a words person. What can I tell you?
So the motion is to adopt, or no, to accept the recommendation that the Brookline Housing Authority Commissioners wrote in their memo. That is the motion before us.
And we're going to take that and then your amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Bernard.
No.
Raul.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
John.
No.
Oh, sorry. So sorry.
That's okay, no.
And the chair votes aye. Now, the question about the chief redirecting the unit to focus more on the senior program across the town.
So isn't that directing him to create a new unit, a new program? I mean, it has nothing to do with walk and talk.
Potentially, yeah. So he will come back to us with a more fleshed out recommendation. Bernard,
No.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
No.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you all.
David and Mike, thank you so much for your professionalism. We really appreciate your time.
Okay, so I do apologize to the businesses that we have kept waiting. I will do my utmost to speed this meeting up. So the first up is a request of approving the application for NZ RFIC JFK, doing business as Far Out Ice Cream. Thank you so much for your patience.
Oh, my God, my daughter's so excited.
So tell us whatever you want to say, but remember, less is more.
Okay. I'm August Radville. I'm co-founder of Far Out Ice Cream. I'm joined by my also co-founder, Drew Beja. We're opening up a store on 419 Harvard Street. Very happy to be part of the community, serving ice cream to the wonderful people of Brookline.
Excellent. That was perfect. Okay, so any questions by board members? I will go first and maybe ask the town administrator, are all the sign-offs by the departments in?
I'm still catching up on
Okay.
last votes.
Okay, so let's take some questions by board members first and give you an opportunity to confirm. Miriam.
How many flavors of ice cream? That's my daughter's going to want to know.
It's a specific style of ice cream from New Zealand. Both Drew and I have spent some time there. So you take vanilla ice cream, either dairy or non-dairy, your favorite fruit, and you blend it together. So really, however many fruits and vanilla ice cream, it comes out creamy, delicious. So, yeah.
Is it just fruits?
It is just fruits.
No nuts?
No nuts.
Oh, butter pecan.
Any other questions by board members?
Just that this is in the old 4A spot, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great spot there.
Yeah, we love it. Yeah, we couldn't be happier. We looked for about 6 months all over Boston, and I'm from that community, and we had our eye on it for a while, and when it came available, we knew it was right for us.
Absolutely. I live close by, we'll be there.
Okay, great. Can't wait to have you.
JFK Crossing?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Across from the butchery.
Yeah,
okay.
Kupels and Tate as well.
Okay.
So I had a question. And the outdoor seating, how much?
So I believe there'll be 16 seats outside, 12 inside, if that's correct. It could be.
That's what's here.
Yeah, and I assume the sidewalk? Is the
Yes, on
sidewalk
Fuller Street.
plus parking spaces, or just?
No, just a sidewalk.
There's that much space?
Yes,
on the
sir.
sidewalk, great, okay.
What about the side street there?
So that's Fuller Street. That is where the outdoor seating will be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mostly, excuse me. Thank you, Drew.
So I honestly don't have a lot of detailed information on this, but my understanding is that this is a new operation.
Yes, sir. We did a pop-up on Nantasket Beach in
Yeah,
Hull last
yeah.
summer.
And the outdoor seating, is that this temporary outdoor seating that related to the COVID emergency?
I believe requesting permanent outdoor seating.
Okay. I just don't have a lot of information. And is your entertainment going to be also outdoors?
I don't believe so. I believe it'll be inside, yeah.
I noticed that the reports that were missing or pending a report from DPW. All others were approved. I'm assuming DPW relates to the outdoor seating, and perhaps there's a permit required or something. I just don't know. Maybe you could condition your approval on compliance with any recommendations of the DPW.
Great, we'll do that. So make sure to follow up with our staff regarding the outdoor seating. We'll have staff follow up with you regarding DPW. We'll condition the license on that, and let's get it done. Any other questions before I move the language to be voted? Okay. So I think there are two different votes I have to do right now, and these are conditional on our DPW department signing off. Request of approving the application of a new common victular for NZ RFIC JFK LLC doing business as Far Out Ice Cream at 419 Harvard Street. Hours of operation will be Sunday to Saturday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Seating will consist of 12 inside seats and 16 outside seats. So let's take that vote first, and then I'll read the language of the second vote. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Request of approving the application for a new entertainment for NZ RFIC JFK LLC doing business as Far Out Ice Cream at 419 Harvard Street. Entertainment will consist of radio and recorded music Monday through Saturday, 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye, and I'm assuming this is indoors only,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
The entertainment.
The
part.
entertainment,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for your time. We're so excited to be part of the community.
Good luck.
Great, great.
Okay, open air parking license transfer, public hearing, that was originally scheduled for 7 p.m. My apologies.
Zipping along.
So this is Rawson Road, 195 Rawson Road. Who is here to speak for the transfer from Janice Hoffman to Lon Me Cobblestone Holdings? Did I get your name correct?
You got it perfectly.
Oh!
Thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, so this is Lon, and I'm the new owner for 195 Rawson Road in Brookline. It's a parking lot that has been that way for close to 40 years, I guess now. And I'm just trying to apply for the renewal of the license. And in the meantime, just to get the parking lot ready for the future EV cars, hopefully, we actually transformed 5 of the parallel parking spaces from parallel parking spaces into head-in parking spaces. During the process, we work with Eversource and other companies.
Excellent. I think there's a warrant article that passed a couple years ago that requires some conversion to electric vehicle spaces. So you may want to check that out.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Some open-air parking space, or parking lots, I think there's a requirement to look at electric vehicle stations. So you may want to check that out. There was something
Sure.
in our bylaws that was taken up a couple of years ago.
Okay, so, yeah, definitely, I will just circle back and check that.
Yeah, if you have any questions, just contact staff.
Sure, do appreciate.
Raul.
Yeah, I just want to get a sense of the market right now. This would be helpful. How much do you plan on charging for spaces? Are you charging anything different from EV spaces than other spaces, that kind of thing?
Well, actually, this is like in a distant future. So far, we charge the parking spaces on a monthly basis. Whoever wants to rent the space can, and we didn't change any charging the fees or anything like that. But in terms of EV car charging, it's so new to me as well. And in the process, we found it's difficult to even get our program approved by the Eversource. And we have hard time basically get some help from the programs because we're renting it on a monthly basis. So far, I'm not there yet. So I was told that, it's actually quite flexible how we want to charge it. If we're able to, we want to keep the fee as is. If the residents wants to rent it on a monthly basis, we keep it as is. If not, we just have to keep it as public spaces where people come and we have to charge them on an hourly basis.
And
But
what
it's up
is
to
the
them.
as-is fee right now?
Yes,
No, what is it? The number?
250.
250, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions by board members? What an interesting investment.
It is.
I have a question.
John?
Is the parking lot behind a building that has a driveway out to the street, or is it actually visible right off the street? Is it
It's
directly out-
behind the building.
It is behind the building,
Mm.
okay. I was just noticing I can't find it, but now I know why.
Looking for overflow parking?
Now I know why.
Bernard?
Question regarding the parking fee. Back when I parked in a parking lot, fee was not that high. Is that the sort of market these days?
I can attest to that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it was like that probably 5 years ago, so we just continue to charge the fees that they charged 5 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I found
Yeah,
cheaper parking.
I pay about $200 a month for an open air on Longwood Ave.
Yeah, $200 I thought was sort of going
Well,
rate, but-
I've seen $250 on postings. Any other questions?
I just want to say I've read your letters of support, and they're lovely.
Oh, thank you so much.
Excellent. So if there are no other questions or objections, I will read the language to get this approved. Okay.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, it is a public hearing, thank you. Any members of the public want to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I close the public hearing, and we will move the language. Okay. Question of approving the application for an open-air parking license at 195 Rawson Road. Location is 10,240 square feet for 20 cars. Transfer from Janice Hoffman to Lon Me, doing business as Cobblestone Holdings. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is Night Moves Cafe. New all-alcohol beverage. Ooh, exciting! Someone's moving up. If you just want to say a few words and,
Yes. We have been closed, as everything else has, for a while.
what is your name?
My name is Devin Trevelyan. I am the owner of Night Moves Cafe. We are a board game cafe. We have like over 2,000 board games. It is a lovely place to come sit and have a coffee or a tea or hopefully a beverage soon. That is what we do.
Excellent. So you're about to apply for an alcohol license.
It's true.
And I assume that there are lots of children that come in and out.
So
what's your plan?
There's a lot of plans, but I guess the main thing to know is that we have been BYOB for 6 or so years. So we're not unfamiliar with the practices or what's going to be happening. Just would like to make revenue, if I'm being honest. And that's the goal.
Have you met with our police? Who's in charge of the?
Lieutenant Murphy, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
He has emailed me. We are setting a meeting up. I think there was during COVID, there was no fingerprinting happening. And I think that now maybe there will be. So as being tip certified and following the guidelines, I'll have a meeting with him soon, I assume.
Excellent. We have a thing called alternate managers.
Yep.
May want to start the paperwork on that too. Mel and then Miriam?
Oh, I'm just curious, is there a change in your hours, or these are your current hours and you're just want to serve alcohol during the current hours? Or are you extending your hours out?
So there would be an extension of Friday and Saturday night to 2 a.m.
And what is it
versus
currently?
11 p.m.
Okay.
The board games, I know that when I was up here 8 years ago, have come a long way since then, and that sitting down to play a game takes probably more multiple hours than 45 minutes, or than the board games have changed, I guess, to that respect. So, and honestly, it's more that people want to be able to relax and play a game, and the extension of the hour is just to accommodate that, essentially.
Mel, did you want to say anything?
During this meeting, as a matter of fact, we did get an email from a party that was intending to try to participate in this meeting remotely, because that was the original legal notice that was sent out. And as you all know, we had to move quickly when the legislature failed to act last night. So this particular party, who is representing a condominium association nearby, and now I have to find that, 1400 Beacon Street trustees, has requested the opportunity to speak to the board. They are concerned about two things: the 2 a.m. closing, and concerned about the outdoors and, you know, the noise and so on. So I did indicate to him, you know, apologize that we are meeting, but I don't think they're here. But I could be wrong. You might want to call when you have the public hearing.
Okay. Are these individuals present? I'm guessing not.
I do have the two names of folks that had signed up for the public hearing. Maybe these are them. Stephen Wahlberg or Greg Bigelow? Okay, so we do have some folks here. to speak.
Okay.
Yeah. But not them. You're not, you got it.
This is a public hearing, so you will have an opportunity, and you may want to make your way to the podium. I don't see a request for outdoor seating.
Yeah, you know, I know it's in the legal notice. I don't have, frankly, the whole application materials, but in the legal notice, I believe there were the number of seats that were identified.
Are you under the impression you're getting outdoor seating?
I have been in that process, because we're not open yet.
Okay.
We are still shut. There was some hard time identifying COVID regulations for a game where you sit close to people and touch the same things. So that hadn't, the question was really if, I know that the COVID seating isn't permanent, so it's a question of if I wasn't going to open for another month, is the investment worth it to open to get the COVID seating for it to be taken away again? Because I don't have an idea of when that would happen. But seating regardless, that's my knowledge base, I guess.
Okay. So, but it's not like an emergency, you don't need it this week?
Correct.
Maybe not even next week?
Outdoor seating?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I don't plan to open until the end of the month, maybe end of July. We are still trying to figure that out because we have some equipment to get and things to change if the liquor license is approved, essentially.
Okay. So I will open the public hearing unless there are any other,
Can I
oh,
just ask a
Bernard.
question?
Yeah.
So I should know this, but I don't. Are you located at Beacon near Park Street?
1402 Beacon is
Kind of near Nail
right in between
Styles.
Winchester and Summit. So there's
Okay, yeah,
there's like
yeah,
Honest,
okay.
or used to be Honest
So
Taqueria.
didn't you have outdoor seating before? No?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
You did?
I seem to recall that, because
Well,
people are sitting outdoors.
it's not conducive to play board games outdoors as much as I would like it to be. There was a initiative, I believe, through this, to the CCMA to have outdoor seating put out, and I was part of that, but the cafe tables were not used, so then it wasn't great, I guess, because the tables are also small and board games are large. There's a couple of issues there, but there have not been people sitting outside pretty much ever. So from a noise perspective or a disturbance perspective, there hasn't been that at all.
Okay. So I'm opening the public hearing so we can hear from these gentlemen, and then I will figure out what to do about this email. So who wants to go first? David?
Hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is David Lashinsky. I'm the owner and operator of Eureka Puzzles on Beacon Street, catty-cornered away from Devon, which is where Devon got his start. And then I'm also chair of the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association and a member of the Small Business Committee. So Devon is a member of the CCMA and participated in our cafe table program. But like he said, folks would use the cafe tables, which is probably, Bernard, what you were thinking about earlier, but it wasn't really conducive and part of the model. I don't know if any of you have been in a board game cafe, but basically it's a bunch of folks that want to come and play more, longer complex games together that last anywhere from an hour to 4. So it's a very convivial kind of atmosphere where people are playing within their own groups, so to speak, and working diligently to try and clobber one another or collaborate with one another to beat the game board. Devon, at this point, it's kind of like a pay-to-play model, where instead of having to buy the games from me, which wouldn't be bad, instead you get a chance to try them out first overnight moves, and then maybe the folks will come back and buy them from me. That's, which is also a good thing. What Devon is looking at now in terms of an evolution and looking at this industry as a whole is offering alcoholic beverages, mostly beer and wine, to folks while they're socializing with each other and playing a game. It's not a loud environment. It's not a noisy environment. It's not rambunctious. It's more mostly adults, actually. Yes, there are some kids, but very few. But it's mostly adults that come in to enjoy one another's company around gameplay. It's especially pertinent around the millennial generation, especially those folks that are living in shared housing, where there's no real place where they can have friends over to sit down, and very few of them have any sort of a game library close to what Devon has to offer. Mm-hmm. So I can tell you that from a ability to offer this as a service to Brookline, this is a great win for all of us, number one. Number two, Devon himself, has been a, upstanding member of the business community now for years. He is passionate about what he's doing. He's a gracious host, and I see him taking great care in offering this kind of trust to serve alcohol, in a proper way to his customers, in a way that will also allow him to stay in business.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Greg Bigelow. I'm one of the residents of 1402 Beacon Street. I'm also a condo board trustee of our condo association. I've been an owner and a resident there for about 18 years, and I live there with my wife and my daughter, who's 13 years old right now. I'm going to speak a little bit from like a resident and owner perspective, and then one of our other owners here, Steve, is going to speak more from a condo association perspective. So a little background on the building. This is an 1890 attached row house structure with 4 condominium units. There's 1 commercial unit, which is where Night Moves is, and there's 3 residential units on the floors above that. It's probably obviously, but it's a wood joist construction. There's no isolation or separation really between the units, so sounds, odors, what have you, travel kind of throughout the building in a way that you wouldn't have in a modern kind of poured concrete floors building. So, my primary concern in that respect is the noise, and there have been noise problems in the past, just with the unit, particularly directly above the unit that Steve owns. I'm concerned about the alcohol kind of increasing the noise level as it tends to do, both inside the building, but also on the street outside, similar to the concerns from the neighboring 1400 Beacon Street. There's never been tables out there that I recall or that the condo association has approved. I think that sidewalk would fall into our definition of common areas, and we would the condo board would need to approve that as well. But we haven't had anything out there in the past, and that's also a concern. I think the alcohol tends to ramp up the other noise outside, and sometimes like smoking on the steps and things like that are undesirable in this small, mostly residential building. So that aside, I did a small survey of similarly licensed properties around the Brookline and Coolidge Corner area. It's like up and down Beacon Street on Harvard Ave, some of the abutting streets. I really can't find another licensed premises in a building like this that is a 1890 wood joist, small, mostly residential building. There's a bunch of properties like the Hamilton Bar, which is just a block away. Many of the licensed premises are in a one-story commercial building or a two-story commercial building with offices on the second level, or you have some kind of large commercial apartment buildings with poured concrete for floors, like where Fugaki is, for example, where I think there's a nice isolation between that commercial and residential components. So that's my bit. I'm obviously very concerned, and I think I speak for some of the other owners that weren't able to be here today, but I want to turn it over to Steve now, who's the owner of Unit 2.
Okay, thank you.
For your time, appreciate it.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Wahlberg. I'm owner of Unit 2 in the building, the one directly above Night Moves. I'm also here as the duly authorized representative of the Board of Trustees, trustees of the condo. Just to tack on a little bit before I talk about the trustees piece or the condo piece, certainly while I laud Devon for wanting to improve on the business, I think it's great. It is. I don't see how alcoholic beverages is the thing that's going to separate a business, a unique business, just because it doesn't serve alcohol. I don't believe the business is going to die, or it's a necessity for gaming, the type of gaming. As to what one of the previous speakers said, that this is a convivial group and there's no raucous, loud noise, well, I would strongly disagree with that. Even in its current state, my daughter lived there for many years with a baby and was awake until late hours in the night, and it certainly wasn't through extended to 2 a.m., but even 11 a.m., it was loud enough without any people being juiced up with alcoholic beverages. So that being said as well, to just reinforce what Greg says, this is very much a residential part of, this is not directly on Harvard Street in Coolidge Corner with commercial buildings. There are 3 residential neighbors that live directly above this unit and that are very, could be and will be impacted negatively by the grant of this license. On the condo side, I think that if Devon or the owner had done a little bit of research, I wanted the board to be aware that the master deed and the rules and the regulations specifically prohibit alcoholic beverages as a use on the retail space. The rules and regulations says no consumption of any alcoholic beverages will be permitted as a use there for patrons. It also talks about the hours of operation, which this license goes way beyond what's permitted by the condo rules. It also talks about that no business will be conducted outside of the 4 walls of the premises, so certainly not extending out onto common areas. So all of what this license is, the license that's being requested is way outside of the scope of what's even permissible within the condo rules. So for those reasons, I would just strongly urge that the board turn this application down.
So, 2 questions.
Sure.
Has Devon been given a copy of that, and can you produce a copy for us?
I'll very gladly produce a copy of the master deed and the minutes of the trustees' meetings, which goes pursuant directly to the master deed. Happy to provide that to the board. In answer, Devon certainly didn't have the courtesy of even discussing this with any of the owners. The first notice that we got was a certified mail from the town that this was even going down. So You know?
Well, I mean, that's our policy, that we take care of the outreach.
No, I get it, but to the extent that he wanted to do research on what's permissible, if you say, was Devin aware of it? He could have been aware of it had he come forward and asked, is it a permissible use? I'm here to tell you it's not.
I mean, in my 4 years of being on the board, that's the first time I've ever heard of a condo having those types of rules in place. But I think this is a matter that we need more information on, so I'm glad that it's not critical that you're looking for this tonight. And if you can produce that documentation,
100%,
we will work with our specialist that deals with licensing, and maybe we can try to work out a compromise.
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will close the public hearing. Devin, if you want to say a few words.
Yeah, just a quick thing that, I mean, I know both Greg and Stephen, that I would have liked to be aware, certainly, about any noise violations or things that people had been experiencing, because I had not received any. It's very, so that's a thing that happened, and I would definitely like to know about that. And that's basically, knowledge is power, right? Like, if you know something and you can do something about it, so.
Excellent. Well, we will, yes, Bernard.
Doesn't maybe this is a question to Mel. Doesn't the ABCC require some type of certification or representation that you have the right to use alcohol on the premises? Licenses?
I don't know.
Do you know? You're shaking your head.
When you said certification, I said you have to take a tip certification, as part of the written, but I don't know if that's relevant.
John.
So 2 clarifications I would love to get in time for our next consideration of this. We are going to defer, right? And
Yeah,
consider it
I
in
think we're
quick-
going to defer until we have more, at least that document.
Is this a situation in which the cafe is owned as a unit of the condominium association? That's the number one question. It obviously relates to the rules of the condominium association. And then the second question is really a request that Tiffany, if she has the time, bring to us some kind of an update on the establishments in Brookline that currently have alcoholic beverage serving licenses going until 2 a.m. I just find this to be, it feels like a trend to me, and I'm not sure that it's appropriate for every single location where we have an alcoholic beverage serving license.
I actually kind of remember having this exact conversation, maybe 3 years ago. If I can remember, there are at least 5 in Washington Square that go to 2 a.m., and then a few on Com Ave.
I'd really like to have another update
Yeah.
on it, if that's not too much to ask.
Yeah.
And maybe some guidance as to how do we determine when when a location is appropriate for a 2 a.m. serving license.
I'll be quite honest, getting 2 a.m. in that area will probably be a stretch, maybe. I would entertain midnight.
Especially if that would be more amenable to the tenants there, like that makes, this is also a question I had for the board, and the question of if, because to me, people don't really show up at midnight, they're like, I want to play a board game now. It's more like people are already there, and they just want to finish their game. So is the serving law based on the time that you close or your open hours, or is there can you start serving at a certain time, can you stop serving at a certain time, but the business be open for other things? It's kind of strange because usually there are other activities in a bar. If you're done drinking, then you're not going to go to the bar. But if does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and there are regulations that govern that, that I believe the police officer that you've been in touch with can certainly answer. But this is all kind of premature until we have a copy of that documentation.
Okay.
Bernard.
You're leasing from the condominium.
Correct.
And maybe we should look at a copy of your lease, too.
So one of the base reasons for this was I've been trying to acquire the space for, 3 or 4 years, because renting is very expensive in Brookline. But the SBA recommended that since the owner of the condo association, who they know, basically, they said that, in order for you to get a loan, that you'd be able to show more revenue based on per month in order to give you a loan for you to acquire the space. That is also the onus of this idea, was that because I've been closed for a year, they can't look at me and be like, oh yeah, you can grant you a loan. So they're like, well, if you can show us, 3 months worth of sales, and if you were going to get a liquor license, that would even probably boost your sales, then we could more likely get you a loan, which then I could, so that's sort of like the process of why
Got
this
it.
now.
Raul.
Yeah, and I think we need to move on. I'll just say very quickly, one is we need to figure out whether or not it's permissible use first. So any other conversation, like Heather said, is premature. The other thing I'll say is I think that this is a good business that can work in Brookline. I get why folks would want to have a drink and play a board game. I don't. That makes sense to me. And if this is not a permissible use there, I don't want you leaving Brookline. I'd love to see if we can work together to find some place that would work for you. Because I just think this is a great business and it has a real promise to grow, and especially now as people are more willing and excited about getting out and being together in community with folks that they care about. I just think this is a good business. I'd like to see it remain somehow in Brookline and grow in that way.
Thank you.
Excellent. If you want to speak
Please,
again.
Yeah, just a quick question. First of all, just by way of clarification, Devon's renting from an owner, nothing to do with the condo association. So I don't know, just didn't want him to misspeak. But I wanted to clarify or to get some guidance. Once the board approves a liquor license, generally, is it specifically for a particular use, for people to have drinks at the gaming, or if the gaming business is not working out, could that license be transferred and become a pub and a different use?
It depends on the license, but the license is generally granted to the business. There are some location licenses, correct, Mel? It gets a little complicated.
Yeah, we have some special licenses that are reserved for particular addresses, and they can't be, but to answer your question, my understanding is is this a restaurant, Devin? It's a cafe, but it's a common victualler license, and that's what is being approved here. So to the extent that there was another restaurant that moved in there, I don't think the gaming is necessarily a condition of that use. It's a restaurant use that does gaming.
Okay. Again, this is premature for now, so I don't want to take up other people who are waiting. We can address it some other time.
Yes, we need that document.
Thanks.
By the way, it doesn't say common victualler on the agenda.
So, actually, Mel, can you put, Kara Bruton or Meredith Mooney in touch with Devin?
My friend. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know both of them.
Excellent. You may want to talk about, any other options in Brookline.
Okay.
Just because, if you're prevented from having a liquor license, you may need to seek
Different places.
other locations.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much all for coming in. Okay, so I think is this the second to last? Well, one was postponed. Yeah, okay, 2 more. An all alcohol license transfer public hearing. Question of approving the application of a transfer to Mandarin Group Limited, doing business as Mandarin Gourmet, to DTJ Group. Please excuse me, I'm going to use the facilities.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jennifer Allen. I represent DTJ Group in this request for the transfer of the all alcohol liquor license. You guys can introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm the general manager for Mandarin Gourmet. My name is Jamie Tang.
My name is Wang Ying, and I'm the alternative manager.
So they're both here as well to answer any questions for the manager and the alternate manager and the stockholder as well. Just a little background, I'll make it quick. I know it's getting late for everybody. Mandarin Group Limited has been in business as the restaurant since 1994. Thus, the public need at this location has already been established. Since COVID, many small business owners have struggled, including the prior owner there. She decided to pass the business along to David and Jamie. They've, instead of just closing her doors completely. I know that the community has voiced opinions, and I know a lot of people want to keep them open. David and Jamie took over. They took over and signed a completely new lease and worked with the owner of the company. That was included in the application as well. That way they can keep running to limit the disruption of services to all of the patrons in the community. Jamie and David have both been in the liquor and restaurant business for over a decade at various places. He has also had various licenses in the past. They are extremely familiar with the rules of the ABCC and the City of Brookline licensing. They are TIP certified, they're U.S. citizens, and Massachusetts residents. Their qualifications and experience in the field will ensure the sustainability of this restaurant and also the ability to serve their customers responsibly and keep this going.
Right.
If you have any questions for myself or them.
Let me just ask a question before the board members jump in. Are the hours of operation going to change from the previous business, the owners there?
So
Same hours.
their goal is to
Okay.
keep everything the same. The hours of operation, they were doing some renovations, but the menu the same. They want to keep the least amount of disruption for everything in there.
Great. I remember, this is in Puttering Circle, I remember eating there once and had a good time. It's great. Other questions?
I've never eaten there, but my wife highly recommends you.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other questions?
Not here.
The hour is approaching. Oh, this is a public hearing. Thank you, Mel. Any members of the public wish to speak? No? Okay. Close the public hearing. Any other comments?
The only other thing which I brought with me, the originals I had mailed to Tiffany, was the affidavit for the notice to abutters with all of the certifications. So I brought it
Excellent.
with me.
Thank you very much. If you can give that to Kate, who's taking our official notes.
Great.
So, should I move the language to be adopted? Okay, so I'm going to move the approval of the application of a transfer of an all-alcoholic beverage license from Mandarin Group Limited, doing business as Mandarin Gourmet, to DTJ Group Incorporated, doing business as Mandarin Gourmet, at 1020 West Roxbury Parkway. Proposed manager of record is Jamie Thang. Proposed operating hours of operation will be Sunday through Thursday, 11:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., Friday through Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Proposed alcoholic beverage service hours of operation will be Sunday through Thursday, 11:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., Friday through Saturday, 11:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Whew. Okay. Bernard,
Yes.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Yes.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much for your patience.
Have a great night.
You too.
Good night.
To our restaurants.
Yes, yes.
Free food.
Excellent. So, agenda item 17 is postponed. So our last new alcohol entertainment common victular license, public hearing. Mesha Noodle Bar, Brookline, doing business as Mesha Noodle Bar. Welcome. Very good.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Kristen Scanlon representing the applicant, Mesha Noodle Bar. With us this evening are the two owners, Richard Reyes and Tony Pham. This is originally a concept born in Connecticut, and they are excited to have Brookline be their first foray into Massachusetts. It is a Southeast Asian comfort food concept specializing in Japanese ramen and Vietnamese pho. I am happy to turn the floor over to Richard right now to just talk a little bit more about their backgrounds, how the concept started, why they ended up deciding on Brookline, and then after that, I'll briefly jump into a few logistics and brief discussion on public need for the license.
Great.
Good evening. So first and foremost, thank you guys for your time. Really appreciate it. As Kristen said, my name is Richard Reyes. I'm one of the co-founders and owners of Mecha Noodle Bar. The story of Mecha Noodle Bar is really a story of friendship. Tony and I have been best friends since 3rd grade. To spare you the entire story of our lives, we both went to college and decided that our college careers weren't for us and we wanted to open restaurants. I opened my first independent restaurant in 2011 in Connecticut. Tony opened his first independent restaurant in 2013 in Connecticut. That first restaurant for Tony was called Mecha Noodle Bar, and he saw a great growth opportunity for Southeast Asian comfort food in Connecticut, and he asked me to be his partner. And since that point, we've opened up 5 stores in Connecticut, and thankfully, COVID notwithstanding, we were looking to grow. I know Boston really well based on my family and their history in terms of collegiate careers at BC and BU. So while we're looking for a place where community roots run really deep, we felt like Brookline was a really great example of that in terms of the density of its community, the population, and the families that are there. And we think that it'd be a great fit for Mecha Noodle Bar. Mecha Noodle Bar, as Kristen said, focuses on Southeast Asian comfort food with a full bar. And that's really more to support the entire family experience. It's a very family-driven restaurant. It's one of those few restaurants where a 5-year-old, a 12-year-old, mom and dad can all be happy with their dishes and their beverage selection. So we're looking forward to be able to add a different dynamic and element to the Brookline dining scene.
Excellent. Well, we're excited to have you.
Thanks.
Nuts and bolts briefly on the restaurant itself. It's about 1,850 square feet on a main floor, one main room with main dining seating and bar dining seating as well. Seating is for 61 with an occupancy of 75, and the hours of operation are 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. daily proposed. The anticipated opening for the restaurant as well is hopefully by the end of this year, pending construction schedule and timing. Obviously, because this is a request for a new all alcohol beverage license, we would hope after tonight the character and fitness of the applicant is not in question, but to briefly address public need for the license before this board. These are experienced restaurant owners, as you've heard. They've operated, especially through the pandemic, 5 successful locations in Connecticut and hope to bring that here to Brookline as well. They hire the best, they're diligent in training. They not only take care of their customers, as evidenced by their success in Connecticut, but their employees as well, which shows through their success, and they also offer continuing education for their employees in various hospitality courses, and of course, courses like tips and ServSafe certifications as well. Secondly, availability of the license at the time we applied. We were told there is a license and a special license that was available for this particular location, hoping to utilize it in a way that is not imposing in size at all, obviously by the size and scope of the restaurant, but certainly plan to be in quality of food, service, and ambiance. This particular location has been vacant for quite some time, so they'll be filling a vacant storefront here. They were thoroughly vetted by the local landlord for this location. We do have a support letter, if you didn't receive it too, that I'd like to submit to the board from the representative of the landlord, who they take pride in their tenant partnerships and even turn down more lucrative deals from bigger corporate outfits because they knew the quality and caliber and uniqueness of a tenant that they wanted to fit this space in this area of Brookline. Again, incorporation of a unique concept. There is nearby Middle Eastern, Mexican, Mediterranean, French, pizza. I know there's Japanese and there's a different style of ramen, but they're definitely fitting a unique concept, I think, not only to Brookline, but the Boston area as a whole. Affordability is a huge thing for them, as you heard. Family and community is very important to them. I think most, if not all, of your menu items are under $20. And hopefully this is a draw to Brookline. Like I said, they hopefully are Brookline's next not-so-hidden gem from residents and visitors alike. This was tax dollars spent in town, keeps the money here by providing restaurant variety instead of people going out of town to spend their money. Lastly, they anticipate hiring upwards of 30 people for this location, which is great for jobs in the area as well.
Excellent. So I will say this is a public hearing. Get into trouble if I don't say that out loud. Any questions from the board?
This is where the Pete's Coffee and Tea.
Correct.
And will
Yeah.
you be bringing spiked Thai iced tea to the next select board meeting?
Raul?
Yeah. Love you guys. Love the whole presentation. Love this spot for you. I'm so excited that you're going to be activating this like really important spot in Coolidge Corner. I'm wondering, because you own and operate these other businesses, will you be here on site running this particular location? What's that going to look like? Can we expect to see you there?
So to address the concern at the beginning, the answer is absolutely yes. Although we have 5 locations, we are very much a family-run restaurant group. I have 3 brothers. Tony has 2 sisters. All five of them are involved in the family business. So there will be somebody with the Reyes or Pham last name. It may not be me, but it will be my older brother or one of his sisters, but we will be present.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Brother Juan is actually the noted alternate manager of record, just for reference too.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Very excited. So
What are they eating there?
our liquor license is, a little different than Connecticut. We're even a little different than other communities here in Massachusetts. So just make sure that you know all of our rules and regulations. I'm pleased to hear the mention of an alternate manager. I think that's also one of our differences. So work with our police department and just make sure you're keeping a logbook of anything that happens. Everybody's certified. There's always an alternate manager on site.
Lieutenant Murphy reached out, we'll be meeting with him after this hearing to make sure we're on top of it.
Excellent. Okay, great. So I will read off the independent votes that I need to make. I think there are 4 of them. Okay, I will read them right now. Question of approving the application for an all alcoholic beverages license for Mesha Noodle Bar, Brookline, LLC, doing business as Mesha Noodle Bar at 285 Harvard Street. Proposed manager of record is Richard Reyes. Did I get that? Reyes, okay. Proposed operating hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Proposed alcoholic beverage service hours, our hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Bernard.
Yes.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Question of approving the application for a common victular license for Mesha Noodle Bar Brookline, LLC, doing business as Mesha Noodle Bar at 285 Harvard Street. Proposed manager of record is Richard Reyes. Proposed operating hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Proposed alcoholic beverage service hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Seating will consist of 61 seats. Bernard.
Yes.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Question of approving the application and alternate manager Juan Reyes for Mesha Noodle Bar, Brookline, LLC, doing business as Mesha Noodle Bar at 285 Harvard Street. Bernard.
This time I'll say aye.
Raul.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Question of approving the application and entertainment for Mesha Noodle Bar, I assume that's an entertainment license, for Mesha Noodle Bar, Brookline, LLC, doing business as Mesha Noodle Bar at 285 Harvard Street. Entertainment consists of radio and recorded music Monday through Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
So excited for you.
Bernard, yes.
Can I make an announcement?
Of course.
So, one of the interview applicants to the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee was Jean Fleury. His mother was sick, so therefore he had to postpone.
Yep.
He wanted me to announce that unfortunately his mother passed away. And he would like me to share this information with the Select Board. and I would like to reschedule the interview, so.
Yes,
I'll
of
talk
course.
to Devin to arrange that.
Oh,
yeah.
He wanted me to.
Yeah, please deliver our condolences.
I will.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, John?
Maybe I just missed this earlier. What happened to the marijuana public hearing? It was,
I was nervous
Posted.
that tonight was going to go a lot longer than it ended up. So whatever was not completely necessary this evening,
yeah.
I asked Devin to reschedule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were very unhappy with that, weren't they?
Yes,
I was
yes.
Wait, who was that? What are we talking about?
Sanctuary,
Oh, sanctuary.
yeah.
I only asked because it was still on the calendar, but I don't think, huh? I'm looking, yeah, I'm looking at it right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, anytime the policing stuff has been on our agenda,
Yeah,
it's been at least a 2-hour discussion. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I figured we would be emotionally exhausted, and I didn't even really want us to take up the licensing stuff
Yeah.
after. It just worked out.
no, I
But-
hear you. I don't
And
disagree.
you ended at 9:10.
Yeah, you
That's
did great.
Yeah.
You did great.
I actually get my child to bed on time.
I know, I think,
Well,
so,
I'll be home to try to get my child to
so
bed on time.
Tommy and I were texting, thank you, Mel. And he's like, I can show up at 9:30, and I'm like, no,
No.
no.
Great.
Not everyone at home.